Good evening and welcome! Sunday it is, and it's the third factory game we're playing this week. It's all factory games. I'm thinking about this meme with the astronaut and the other astronaut with the gun, and it doesn't make any sense, by the way, that meme, but it's all factory game. It always was. It always was. It's all about the factory games, and this is a reminder. Always has been. Yes, it always has been. At least around here. Then I might have been trying to trick myself that it was something else, but it was all factory games. But it actually is. It's something that I need to remember to appreciate it. That it's been a really long drought of just not having any having like having one game that was okay and then something else, right? And like, for example, Valheim was super fun, but it was just not. It would have been great for a secondary game, but standing alone as the main game, and same with Icarus as well. It like they're great games and they're super fun, but they would be better as the second game while I was playing Captain of Industry, Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere, something the other days, because that would be like the main. And right now it seems like I'm only playing main games. That's really weird. So right now I am the most likely to miss a new game if it comes out, because yeah, I mean, if someone contacts me, I get like 5 mails every day about new games, and most of them are crap or raid Shadow Legends. Uh, yeah, same. But I do try to sort of remember to check them out, and the bar for whether am going to say, oh yeah, let me just check this out, is just a lot higher when I'd have to take out a Captain of Industry or a Satisfactory or a Factorio stream than if I had to take out, I guess I'll play this game a little bit more, right? So that's interesting. So something we need to remember. It's of course typical that things sort of not collapse, but coincide in this way. I think that in the next game, like, I'm enjoying Captain Industry. There's no doubt, but we also reach the late game now, so probably not gonna be like an infinite amount of episodes left there. While something like Factorio and Satisfactory, you can keep playing, but something like Captain of Industry, when you reach the end, you kind of reach the end, and then that's it. And I have 2 more weeks until I go on a 1 week vacation, so I'm kind of thinking that probably those 2 weeks, it's 4 more streams or something. That probably adds up to us sort of being able to either finish it or almost finish it. And then when I come back from my vacation, sort of around the 10th of July, it's from the 1st to the 10th, then I suppose that it's around that time when Tectonica comes out. So then around there, I guess Tectonica will take away. Where's your vacation? Are you going to come see me in Germany? Well, thank you for the invitation, but it was actually not really on my plans to come see you in Germany. Just going on a camping site in Denmark, but rented a house there with the kids, and it's it's I would never go on a vacation like this, like on a sort of with the like motorhomes and that kind of thing, and tents and stuff. I would never go there. But this is sort of the organization, Single Plus, it's called. So it's like singles with kids, and I know a lot of people in that community. It's super nice, and that means it's just like big playground and swimming pools and stuff like that for the kids, and there are tons of kids just roaming. So I just go there, and the kids just having fun, and I'll start drinking by midday. So all my plans are just get out, get food for tonight, and get more beer. That's the only obligation I have before starting to drink, and then I'll probably start drinking at midday, and then just being completely offline and just in a cool haze all the way through. Yeah, vacation in a tent sounds like torture. I absolutely agree, but this is also why I'm not. I rented a cabin. It's a luxury cabin. I mean, as luxury as those kind of things can be. Cheaper than a hotel. It's not because of the it's not because of the price of it. It's because it is the kind of vacation where I don't have to do anything to have my kids being extremely entertained, and they'll have the best week of the year, and I don't have to do anything. So it's like the perfect vacation. So I'll just hang out, talk to friends, and just not really do anything, just being offline and get some sleep and, you know, maybe even get sunburned, that kind of thing. So it's just completely winding down, being on a place like this where the only online connection is on my cell phone that I'll probably forget most of the time. So it's exactly meant to be sort of unplugging for a week, and then the kids are gonna have a blast with it. So that's why I do this. Usually we go to sort of, if I go on a vacation with my kids alone, then it might be fun, or it probably will be fun, but it'll also be really intense. I'm not going to say stressful, but it'll be like, okay, I have to sort of think about what are we going to do today? Okay, and tomorrow we're going to go this trip, so I need to pack a lunchbox and then head out on the early morning, so we have to be there at time, so we skip the queues, and you know, all of those things you have to, and it costs like a fortune just to sort of have a nice, quiet, relaxing vacation in a summer house in Denmark. It's super because it's super boring for the kids, right? If they're just sitting all alone in a summer house, they're just gonna sit with their iPad all week, unless they get activated. And this way, they get activated by everyone else also being activated. So that's how that sounds like a good find for a good time. Yeah, good vacation for me, good time for the kids. Yeah. No satisfactory. Well, to satisfactory or no satisfactory? I do not know. Yeah. Also updated the schedule for next week. I don't think I updated here on Twitch. I think I'll just do that while I remember it, because I seem to always forget it. This is completely impossible to find my way through. Settings, channel, schedule. There we go. Captain Industry, satisfactory. Wednesday, Captain Industry. Thursday, satisfactory. Friday, day off. Delete that. Saturday, satisfactory. Sunday, Factorio. Done. Updated for next week. That was easy. Let's go back here. Will I be cutting down trees as a vacation activity, though? I mean, I don't plan on it, but there might be. That's not my plan. My plan is to do as little as possible of anything. Like, simply when I come back and you guys ask me, so what do you do on vacation? I'll go like, I don't know. Nothing really, but that week just went. I don't see the schedule for next week in Discord. Oh, right. You know what? That's it's not entirely your fault, Isolde. It's not entirely your fault. It might have something to do with the fact that I have not updated it. I made it on the website that Jeff made for me with the Discord schedule, but I didn't cut it into to put it back in here. 19th and to the, what is it, the 25th of June. And Factorio Store Mission, Captain of Industry, and Satisfactory. Yeah, there we go. Now it's there. Thank you for reminding me. That's the best time of vacation for me, at least. Yes. Here is an interesting thought experiment. Because let's say you can go on a vacation. It's going to be the best vacation ever. You're just going to have so much fun, and it's just going to be exactly all you dreamed of for a vacation. Like, it's just going to be great. But at the end of it, you have no memory of it, and you have no pictures of it. So it's just, but you come back and you can feel that you're relaxed and you've had a good vacation, but you can't remember any of it. Is that a good vacation? And because I think that this is kind of a speaking into sort of the mind of the zeitgeist. I think that is yes. In the 20s, yeah. So because the zeitgeist is very much that people don't go to concerts like this. They go to concerts like this, and they don't see anything. They're like, oh, look at the sunset. Yeah, I'm looking at my sunset. Like, fucking hell, you could look at a sunset on Instagram since you're just looking at it through your phone anyway. And that is sort of the conflict between the experiencing self and the remembering self. So if you think back on sort of on your life, reminisce about good old times, then of course there will be highlights that but you will also just realize that the amount of memories you have about your life, I mean, what does it constitute? Not even 1%. Maybe 100,000 of your time you've been alive can you remember in detail. Like you can maybe recall some things, but you can't, like, oh, so what did you do that Tuesday in 2011? Like, I have no idea. So you're gonna forget most of those things. And I'm just, can you be, you can both look at it like having a really good experience and then forgetting about it. Is it still a good experience? And the flip side is also having a really, really bad experience and then forget about it. Does that matter then? Like, is it really a bad experience if you can't remember it? And then, of course, like repressed memory, that's not what I'm talking about. But, like, I have a hypothesis, and I know I am way on thin ice. And Ixodral, thank you for the subscription, tier 1 subscription for 35 months. Almost there, one side off, yes. Humans are not good at remembering pain. Like, if you recall the most painful experience you have, it's not like you don't recall it physically. V-Tiger, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months. You will recall that as more of an intellectual thing. Oh, that was the one, like, oh man, that time when I don't know what it is. And I'm just, I think it's just interesting. Like, since we can't, I think it's an evolutionary trait that you can't remember pain very well. Because you know why? Otherwise, humanity wouldn't exist anymore. Because women would only have one kid, and I would go like, fuck no, I'm not going to do that again. But when I talk to my wife or any other, and then I remember, like, viscerally the pain she was in, because I wasn't in it. I experienced it as a, not as pain, but as compassion from the first. And then when she talked about it, like, years later, it wasn't that bad. It's like, yeah, it was bad. And I think I have a stronger recollection of the event than she has. And I think that's an evolutionary thing. That if you could remember that pain, you wouldn't go through it again that well. But I am way on thin ice. But I remember, like, I remember that I noted that her way of talking about it was not at all in the same scale of the pain that I remembered it. I mean, of course, because I remembered it from the side, like seeing someone in pain that I couldn't help. And of course, it might also be, yes, hormones take care of memory erasing. I think so too. I think so. I mean, I don't really know, but I think so. Yeah, we can't remember the pain. Yeah, I think it's, you don't remember the pain, but the pain is there to sort of burn things into your memory, and that's the stuff you remember the lesson. Yeah, and I'm just, I just think that there's something about that, like not remembering pain, and I just think it's just super interesting, like the concept of just this idea between the remembering self and the experiencing self, like having the best vacation, but you can't remember anything of it, and all, or like, is it then a good vacation, or you basically just have a vacation, you can't remember any of it, but you have great pictures of it and great memories of it. I think, yeah, I think it's super interesting. I think it's totally exactly the same. Yeah, I that's also why I know I'm not speaking as a doctor. I'm speaking as just someone as a single observation, and then I've sort of been inquiring a bit, and like, talking to other people, and go like, okay, and it does seem to sort of be a, yeah, wrong moment. I didn't pay attention. It was a post. Ah, yeah. So anyway, I think it's just interesting. So for me, having a vacation that is just relaxing. This is also I have played with that thought experiments about the experiencing versus um, the remembering self, because what I do brings me a lot of pleasure, but it's not going to be something I remember. I don't remember that stream a year ago. Like, I don't, but I know I enjoy it. It is nice and pleasurable. But if I wanted to sort of create memories, then I wouldn't be streaming so often as I am, because I would be I would be out there creating extreme memories. But streaming on a random Sunday evening is not going to create memories. I have like sort of mixed memories of all the streams I've done, and there are some few highlights and some lowlights, and there are some random things, but it's not something that's going to be burning in as clear memories. So it's a kind of a yeah, it's kind of interesting, and I do think that some people are really like chasing those memories, like the people who live for their next vacation. It's just like, or live for that next Instagram post where you can sort of show what you have experienced. It's crazy, right? There's someone I know, her daughter is like 18, 20 or something, went to her dad's in Madrid, and just went by the pool, and it was just kept uploading pictures to Instagram to all her friends about how awesome it was, like showing pictures of the nice sunny Madrid in the spring when it was shitty weather here in Denmark, and oh, look at the pool and look at all that stuff. And it's like all of her friends back in home were like, oh my god, you're living the dream, it's so nice, you just you're not doing anything, you're just enjoying yourself, just that's so great. She was fucking bored, she had nothing to do except like take pictures for Instagram. And I think that's happening a lot with young people. Like you're just showing the image of perfection, and then in the end super miserable, would rather be home in a wet rainy March in Denmark with friends instead of sitting all alone, and even though it was in Spain, and having luxury around you. But yeah, so I'd rather be here with you. If I describe my presence in social media, last year I got a mail from an old uni friend and asking if I was still alive. Yeah, I also got that from the guys from my high school. They found me in like the public registry for companies. They're like looking at, because then like, looking for my name. I go, haha, he has a company. This company has an email. Let me write to this email because I'm not on Facebook. So I would like to have been sitting close to the pool and read a good story. Exactly. Posting Instagram. Posting on Instagram. Register your Satisfactory save. There's a. There we go. In the grasslands. Enjoying your Factorio vids on YouTube. Learned so much about the game thanks to you. Thank you. Much appreciated. And welcome, first time channel. That was a little bit of a philosophical deep dive here. One of the best decisions ever, leaving social media. Yeah. It's also like, for me, it is super ironic how anti-social media I am, considering it's literally my job. It's always when I sign up for my education, like, oh yeah, let's create a Facebook group, and I'm like, I'm not on Facebook. Like, how could you not be on Facebook? You're an influencer. Like, yeah, but I'm not an influencer on Facebook. And like, yeah, what about Instagram? I'm not on Instagram. What about? No, I'm not. What? I'm on Twitter and I hate it. I'm on YouTube and Twitch, so follow me there. But not on TikTok, not on Instagram, not on, yeah, any other weird things, right? One doesn't need to like the stuff one needs for a job. Yeah, but I like this. I like this, and I like YouTube, and I like stuff. So yeah, it's can't get in touch with you outside of social media. Our prime candidates for true friendship stages. True, true, true. And if you use any and all social media, if you do not count stuff like Twitch, yeah. I mean, there's not much social media about Twitch. It's at least very much a one-way street. You don't give a lot of information to Twitch about anything. So maybe your credit card, but that's about it. Yeah, social media you don't need to like. Oh, true, 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 true. I don't need to like that. And yeah, it is always like a conflict of just. It's always like an internal conflict for me when with the balance between doing the right thing and doing the right thing. Like doing the things that is the optimal thing to do considering the marketing channel. Jim W, thank you for a new subscription, brand new subscription at tier 1. Welcome to the community, and thank you very much for subscribing and supporting the channel. So that's that part, and then sort of being true to myself and go like, nah, it's always like, what do I call the next episode? I'm gonna call it like, all right, I made medical supplies for the colony. There we go. But like, it has to be something kind of interesting. And I look at other content creators and go like, fuck, they know it, right? Like, I looked at it's completely different games, but then Kibitz made a video on Skyliness, and it was like, I gave free healthcare. Will it ruin our city? Wah! Caps lock. Oh my god. And I'm like, yeah, I build medical supplies in Captain Industry. Here's a nice design of it. Like, which one has 5,000 views and which ones has 150,000 views? I don't know. Gee, I wonder. Yeah. But we're still here, and you're here, and I appreciate it. So that's all that matters. And you're not just here for the rambling. Marginally for Factorio. So let's marginally jump into Factorio. There. Wow, this space has just built itself while I've been, yeah, been rambling, I guess. So this is our base. It works. It builds itself. I think I'm actually going to start by taking a save right now because it hasn't built a purple science yet, and I don't want it to build a purple science. Okay, so it's still working on a lot of this stuff. Let's try to figure out where it is. Okay, it needs to make more solar panels. Solar panels are low. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Weird. You're not here for the rambling. I do not have the emotes. That feels like blackmail. Yeah, it does. It does. Look what happened when I'm planning on making a video that is gonna break one of my hard rules. One of my rules is I don't write I and we in titles, but I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna have one video that says I was wrong, and then we'll see. And I'm working on it. Been working on it all day. Right, let's see. So let's try to figure out what we have built here and if it makes sense. We have built... That doesn't make sense. Why does it say that we built 0? Oh, also I think I should have like a... I must have a session notes, I'm sure, from last time. Session 12 notes. Let's make purple, yellow science, build 2 for each lab. And also red circuits don't seem to trigger or to seem to register that they have been built. There. Let's see, so that builds another copper, 5 copper and only 4. That's interesting how we need so much more copper. It seems really weird that we would need more copper than, well, I guess it's for green. What about the greens? How many greens do we have? 2. And so let me show you some cool things here. Then we can go up and, where was it? Here. Then I switch over to my template. So we have a second layer. If you did not watch last time, then we have now built a second layer that makes, this is where we have all our build templates. We will design and build here. And then, oh, purple science, cool. So we have purple science and I need to find the red one. That's red. So I guess the red is not registering here. Is it because it's not connected? No, it does seem to be connected. It is on the red wire. Weird. Let's try and go back then. The crazy thing is, when I do this drop down, this one, no warning, it just removes every single entity. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where can we find a red circuit build? There. Oh, look at that. It's not updated. Huh. Inky Grundig. Yeah. Weird though. But so so I must have built this after. I need to check what the hell's going on here, because that means the blueprint is not as updated as I think it is. So now I picked it up. So now it's not going to start the next loop. Hold on. Let's also do that one. Why is thing running at so extremely fast? Oh, it's in double speed. Cool. There we go. Just go down to normal speed. I think I might remember you forgot. You remember I forgot and didn't say anything. Well, then it's at least half your fault. Clearly this is not updated. Yeah. But then the question becomes, if that's not updated, what else is not updated? Probably not tiles. There. And now it has that one. So that got updated. Are you still giving away Captain Industry keys? Not today. Next Captain Industry, I have 1 key to give away. And that will probably be tomorrow. Okay, so that means... Let's have a look if there's anything else that is not triggered. I'm triggered. Five of these, 2 of these, 27, 5, 5, 3. It all seems pretty good. Like, it seems very reasonable, right? Like, these numbers One for oil refining, 2 of these. No sulfur? That's not gonna work. Well, that's a blatant lie, so I'm guessing that we also... Let's see, we're starting here, and it goes like this. There. And then it identifies that it needs to make... Yes, and this one. Here. This one is also not connected. Yep. Oh, it's a template. So the sulfur one is not connected either, or not flagged either. Now I'm just looking for that one in the overview. That's an empty one. That's the blue circuit. Not quite there, but we'll get there. Low density, we haven't done that. Yes, yes. Oh, this purple signs is not triggered either. So purple signs also looks like a problem here. Well. Oops. And then we get that done. That means we actually don't know if we have built this one yet. Yeah. Ugh, the tiles are killing me here. It's gonna break everything. Okay, so we probably have built something yet. My guess is we have built... Oh, right, I know we have actually, because if we look at it, then it says I built a stone, and I wouldn't build a stone unless I'd also built that. So let's figure out where the purple science is. It's a purple science base. It must be like relatively late. Yeah. Is it working? What is not working? Green circuits are not working. Oh, there's a jam. No, 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 no. No! No! The horror. How does that happen? How does this happen? It's not fully built. Yeah, but yep. Oh, that's so interesting. By interesting, I mean terrifying. Huh. Wow. Look at that. Like, look at how coincidental it is. Like, this one didn't get built, and this one didn't get built. So even though this was the only connection inbound here, but as if I just built like a single connection like this, then it wouldn't be a problem. Wow. That's one hell of an edge case. Whew. Boom. Then it builds. All right. Well, that needs to be fixed. That's so cool. I love the edge cases. Oh, man. Imagine just... That is so random. Yeah, every square has 2 power connections. That's funny. Okay. Okay, well, that kind of ruined a lot of things. And I would also imagine that... I'm going to imagine that this thing wouldn't have failed so miserably if it didn't. So where do you want to go? Where... you're trying to go to this one. And, okay, so at least 1,000 and this one. Okay, but that means it needs 1,000 in here. And it's not getting it. Why not? But why didn't it get the other things? Like, there's no reason why it wouldn't get some... Like, greens have come in here, but it didn't... Oh, the copper is here. And that one's there. Because this part wasn't built, so it tried to sort of go around. Right, okay, yeah. There. Okay, that was a... That's... I'm not even going to say that that's a... I mean, the problem was this one. It wasn't a train problem, and that's good, because train problems can be really convoluted. This one was a PowerPoint problem, and we fixed it. How many hours according to Steam? I will give you a update. It is 7,414.2 hours according to Steam. And nope, I don't let it run idle, so those are actually active playing time. So 74% of the way towards mastery. Good. That's why at this point I don't bother playing the game anymore. I just want the game to play itself. And welcome, Hermit Trash. First time chatter. Okay, so our purple science... Where was that? That was here. And it was working with the exception of the green circuit. Is that because the green circuit is not working? This is 0 of 1. So if I look at this... Oh, right. That's when we found the jam. Yeah, okay. So this is waiting. Why is it waiting? Waiting until full or... Yeah. So I would imagine that we would actually trigger another green to be built. Yes, we have triggered another green to be built. And it's in queue. Okay. And we want more of these. Okay. Well, they're not going to be built. Do you think you have the most out of anyone, Factorio? Nope, definitely not. Automating the tutorial, yeah. How big the whole thing will be before it even launches one rocket. Oh yeah, it's going to be big. Green circuit built underground, not connected. Wow, that's a good spot. Where? Is it? This is the green build. Anthony. In the build. Oh, right there. Huh. Yeah, that's means it's gonna work a little bit slower than it should. Oh wow. No wonder it's not really getting anything done. Yep. Green snake is coming. Okay, well that doesn't matter if I fix it here. That needs to be fixed here. And up here. Oh man, I don't know. Oh, it was because it was Grundig who said this, right? Like the idea of having a template world. Oh, that's so good. It's such a me solution, but I didn't even think of it. Like the fact that I can leave the other thing behind and I can just go in here and I can fix it, and then I know that okay, now it's fixed. And then we can go back and look for errors. And then at some point I'll be thinking like, okay, there are too many errors now. Now I need to start over. And then I will start over with the blueprint that it contains all the fixes. That is so cool. So nice. Destination full. Yep. But I will fix these manually just to keep the base alive a little more. Green. And green, and there should be a third green somewhere. There. And fix the blueprint being used. That's what I did. I fixed the blueprint now. Zooming in Blueprint would be nice for these big ones. Okay, well that also makes sense why things are not really working. I'm surprised at myself for spotting that. It was only opportunity. Exactly, that's the part. But the funny thing is, like, you guys see different things than I do, and I think that you're more inclined to see the color things. Like, of course, it's super easy to see if you're looking far enough away, but I'm more focused like on. I know why, because I assume that it's working, so I don't see if it is working. I just assume that it is. So my eyes are glossing over to, are there redundant connections here, or do they need to be there? Like, I'm looking at minute details and not looking at the big picture. And very often when someone spots an error and I'm like looking, I can't see it, and it's like the whole base is standing still. Like, oh yeah, the whole base is standing still because yeah, I can't see the forest for the trees, basically. Green socket build should be full. Yes. So next question is why not? Well, they're not full because they're not coming in fast enough. But that in and of itself is actually the problem, isn't it? This is as fast as they can unload, so there's an unload issue here. Yeah, so they're not full because they can't unload fast enough. So we're gonna need to get a better unloader for each of these. Problem is I don't really have... Let's have a look at the fastest unloader. These ones. These are the fastest unloader, but there's also like 2 for each. So I'm gonna have to figure out a solution to this. Yeah, double-sided unloading. There isn't room for double-sided unloading on this base here. So that is a little bit of an issue. We can make 6 unloaders. That should be maybe enough. I don't know. Wish we could sort of figure out how fast the unloaders actually are. There's also like a problem with the directionality here. Well, maybe for this, but not for this. All right, let's go to our test location. That's a good spot. And then set up a test here. So how would we get eke more out of this? You can't build 6 unloader chests for the top left wagon. Station's in the way. Yes, correct. But this is also the iron, and it's the copper that needs... It needs 50% more copper than iron. So it's... If we fix the copper with... If we get 6 inserters unloading for copper, then it will be the same as 4 inserters. So either it'll be the entire thing not keeping up, or it's going to be the entire thing keeping up. Let's think about it. There we go. Do you think this is even good enough? It's ugly as hell. Might not actually be so bad. Efficient unloaders with blueprints, yes, but they were not constrained to only having 2 tiles on one side. That's why. And we are also constrained by the fact that they only have 5 in on stack size and not the 12 that I'm used to. So that's also throwing me off a little bit. So that's why I was thinking, like, can I use what I've already done? And the answer to that is unfortunately no. But what I can do is I can... No, I can't. Damn it. Thinking I could make a splitter here, but that would require that one to move, and that's not happening. But you know, I could do... Hold on. How much? 22. Okay, so it's not even close to a full belt. Now I can remember this. I just had an aneurysm last time. Ah, there we go. I think I'd rather have it the other way around. There. Alright, so let's see if we can make a fake train and just watch some unloading speed here. Ah. I don't know where where I am. There. Well, now this one is ahead. Mm-hmm. Can't you directly empty into a merger? Read that it's the fastest way, but I'm not sure. It is, but look at the space I have here, so it doesn't really have a lot of... if you want to unload in here, then you need to build... This is a very efficient way of unloading. There. This is very efficient. But it takes a lot of space. It can't support 4. And so. And if I didn't put it here, then it wouldn't be a lot more space. So I think this is better. The question is now, can the green keep up? Because I want to see this belt actually saturate. Because right now this is unloading as fast as it can. And it is getting all the way up, and it is starting to stack up here on the one side and on the side here. Not quite here yet, but it's starting to stack up. Stacking up here. Here it's full, and it will eventually go back. Good. So it looks like. And rise and stack 12. Yes. Barely backing up. Barely is all I need. Right. Trains will not keep up. No, you're right. Trains will not be able to keep up. Yeah. So this build is too big. Add the new chest to the green wire. That's a good point. Let's see. I'm going to do it in a different way here. Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, you need to unload the trains faster, yes. But it was just like, it looks like it's unloading significantly faster here. It must be, right? Like the swing speed here is just much faster than the swing speed out here. So it's kind of stacking up, but that's just way too slow. So I don't think I can do anything except sort of let them, yeah, lower the output of this. Yeah, box to box is faster than box to box. I know, that's why that's also what I'm counting on, that it's faster here. This one could be unloading into splitters. No, it couldn't, because there's the train is in the way. Like these ones have 280. I completely agree there's not going to be. But hold on. I will have a second train coming in here. Because they will be able to... No, they will only have one train, right? Yeah, I have not set it up to be getting more than one train. That's actually bad. Why do I even have this one then? If I'm not setting it up to load more than one train. I think it needs to have a single one. Why isn't it on side balanced? Yeah, because they pull from your own side. But you're right, it should be side balanced. I think the best way to do this is also do something like this. That doesn't work. I want to build it like this, but then it doesn't work here. Then I have to make the whole thing different. Yeah, okay. So I guess they can't be... They'll have to be individually. I don't like that. That's so ugly. Obviously, we just forgot one. Like, I'm just making this more and more ugly by the second. I can't have something like this, right? That's just not working. Right hand exit makes 270-degree turn to go around balancer to feed the iron lane. What? Right hand exit. You don't learn to splitters. Nope, not for this one, because the train station is in the way. So all of this is balanced. This one is not balanced. I guess the simplest is just to take this thing here and just move it one tile up. Yeah. Better? Not perfect, but better. But I do need to fix so that they can get 2 trains in. Right now here I'm just saying if it is, oh, this one, if it is less than 20,000, just send another train in, which will be always. No, but it'll just say L1, and this one is already set to 1 out of 1, so it'll be happy and won't request the next one in, but I need to have another one waiting. That means this has to be a little more elaborate. Oh. Here. And we also need to fix all the green wires. I want exactly 0 of those. It's just the easiest way to clear up all of the yeah. Good. So now this will be from here into that one. What do we have? We have now 1.1k. That's not enough. There's also a potential issue of lacking inter-wagon balancing, but that should not arise since incoming trains are always full and build is symmetrical. Yes. And if that becomes a thing, then we have bigger issues. Then it's an interesting conundrum that has suddenly arisen. All right, so this one can hypothetically contain a lot. This is less than 20,000. If it has, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4,800, 9,000. That's 19,200. That's 37,000. 400. Right? No, 200. What is 19? No, oh, I don't know. But it's 37,000, and the train can contain 4 plus 8. So, why is it less than 20? 20 is a weird number. Yeah, 38,400. And as soon as it goes below, maybe we'll go with like 25 and 15. Oops, you are gonna have this another problem here. No. Damn it. I didn't want to do this because it's ugly. But it also just doesn't really make sense to not do it exactly the same way. Right, so this is going to be 25. Nah, 20 and 10. There. Alright, so this needs to be hooked up to the green one. There. And then this will be going back on the line for stuff to be requested. Let me just check some other ones. That's funny, this one. That's... What? Alright, this one. Yeah, okay. This is also on the green wire, but it goes into the main one. Yes. And, okay, so these two go in here. These two. These are the ones with L values. And then that to that. It's really annoying that they're all green, but whatever. Actually, let's just make sure they're not green, because that's just confusing for me. There you go. That's easier to see that they are different networks. And this will now have 1 out of 0. Oh, because it has 22,000. Okay. This one has 12,000, so it has 1 out of 1. Okay. Cool. Hmm. So I think this was fixed some things. Yeah. And there's still room here for another train. Yeah, easily. Okay, well that was a pretty significant change. Oops, I'm going to remove this train now. And I am going to, whoa. I thought we had gotten rid of all of those bad intersections, but alas, we did not. And now I'm going to take you out and paste you back in again, just to get rid of all the resources. You will be in this location, yes. And then we're going to be updating our green circuits one more time. But I'm not going to save for the last time. Ta-da! Then I'm going to save. That was a lot of stuff we did. Smoother should be, yep. Yeah, I used 1 stroke of circular rust with 1,000 concrete. I know. It just gives me space exploration vibes with round planets. Like, round planets. Not exactly how they are. Good. So that's now good. I mean, I don't know if it is, but it's better. Anything else we think could be incorrect? Well, the green ones are still not performing very well because they're not unloading fast enough. 1,000. Where are they? Waiting at. This is trying to unload. Ooh. Oh, it's just because it's unloading really. No, it shouldn't really be. It still has 4 on each wagon. You can also replace concrete tiles to something non-blueprintable just like that by using the lower left icon in editor to not fix blueprint snapping each time. Yes, I would like to do that. How? The queue? Don't know what that means. Tiles. Lower left icon of icon row. So that one. Tiles. First of all, how the hell do I get rid of it? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. The belt in the main base. Yeah, but that's because that's intentional. Because I also have the blueprint book in my hand, so. Tile type area and brush and select the region. Yeah. But that's... These are just entities. Water root. Interesting. Out of map. But aren't these tiles? Water. Deep water. Green water. Deep green water. But I'm just replacing. Oh, I can replace it with like, but this is concrete, but this is terrain. Okay, so I can replace it with some kind of terrain, but it has to be some kind of workable terrain that we can work on. Tutorial grid. That's us. We are the tutorial grid. think I clicked here. I don't know. Yeah, okay, now I clicked. Okay. Looks like we got the whole grid done. We'll just do it one more time. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, I think that was a good idea. Thank you, as always. Ah, it's good we got Grundig lured in to be a moderator, right? Check blueprintability. I'm not sure it looks good. Well, I'm pretty sure it looks awful, but the fact that this one comes through on the tutorial grid is weird.
Home.
Remove colliding decor... I don't know what that means. Hey, everyone! Thank you for the tier 3 for 43 months. That is super nice and super generous of you for the tier 3 for 43 months. No, no cliffs. Decoratives. Can I just remove them instead? I don't know. Yeah, there was one remove all. Doesn't do anything. Or maybe I have to... Don't know what this is. I don't think they're decoratives. I think they're just awfulnesses. Civil Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. And welcome. What are you working on tonight? First, we're fixing errors. That's what we're working on right now. And Byrotheus, thank you for converting your Prime to a tier 1 sub. That is amazing. You have heard my my call to action. Upper right icon.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hey, Godnate, thank you for the 29 months. Ooh, it's almost triggering. Fill lab tiles. No, I don't want it to fill the lab tiles. That we already did that. Lab tiles look awful. I'll just do it, just to show how awful it is. See, I found it to be really disturbing to look at. Maybe we'll keep it like this because it can, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, regenerate, not remove. But I don't want to regenerate. I want to degenerate. All right. Looks like there might be an early train on the way. It is a train base after all. Okay, so let's look at our purple science. So purple science, we have all the things we... Oh, shit. Actually, I want to see if the stone is working because we haven't really seen the stone in action. So let's figure out where that is. And Grundig, thank you for the 200 bits. This is the purple one. Yeah. It looks like it's working, so let's see. And then we got another steel. That's logical after it's building purple. Then we get some that. That's great. This looks like it's working. It's going to be idle almost all the time. And then we just continued out here, building more reds. And it's all good. Building more plastic. It's a bit weird why we built more plastic. So now the next thing we want to do is a more technical thing. And PJ Jar, thank you for the 300 bits. All right, now we have a technical thing that we need to figure out. So let me first explain the problem while we are looking at the train to see if we can get it. Just one little train out here. The way that I've done the science, I have blocked the science so that, for example, here it says if it comes in here and it says that it's missing some green circuit science, then it comes in and then it must have 3 conditions true. First is it is not in taboo. That means the token is here. It is in demand. That's that one. And then the third one is the number of built green circuit city blocks is less than the number of labs built. That's super important because I don't want to build 1 lab and then 3 green circuits because they are built exactly to design. However, the purple and also the yellow and probably also the next one will be built at half size. So This is not correct. This should actually be, this should be less than half of that. And how the hell do we do that? There's a clean flow mod that should remove all decoratives. Okay, I don't care. We'll keep it like this, but thanks. Yeah, make another lab, double lab count. Yeah, that's, but the thing is, like, could I do it in a less clunky way? Because any developer know that you shouldn't take a global variable and then just inside a function multiply it by 2 because it just helps here. Because then suddenly you're thinking about this somewhere else in that function. You are using that global variable, but forgot that you're multiplying it by 2 sometimes. That kind of thing, right? Minor equal to lab should work. I don't know what minor equal means. What do you mean? And adjust everything. Oh, less than or equal. Is that actually true? No, then it won't be. No. That'll just work for the first one. But when I build 2 labs, then it will build only 3 science production. That won't work. It'll build the third one. Yeah, only for exactly, Fennec. So, right. So that's what he meant with minor equal. Okay. Never heard that term, minor equal. Okay. Well, there are no bonus rewards for reaching a level 1, but not reaching a level 1 on a Factorio stream is scary. 1 minute left and 2 subs to a level 1. Hey, thank you everyone for the 1,000 bits. And yeah, I know if I can't make half, it's just whether we could come up with a clean or an easy solution. One would be like just multiply this by 2 and then have every time you build one of these, you actually build 2 of them. But then that would give all of my reporting would be incorrect then. So I think it's better to sort of contain it here. It's just that I don't want to make it too jumbled up. Like you can also see like the structure here is really nice, and then suddenly I now have to double up or something. Right. Yeah, kill that one. C is not what I thought it was. This will just take. And the input here.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I think it's actually
Welcome
better to do.
home.
It has to be like this. Right. Mokona, thank you for the 11 months of Prime. Thank you very much. Free money. We like free money. Surely it's purple x2 less than that. No, it's purple divided by 2 would be less than that. But problem is divided by 2 is kind of... Yeah, I think it's better to take... The problem is it comes in on the same signal. So when I get a purple signal in here, then I kind of have to... I actually kind of... No, I don't know. Minus half of 1... This is weird. Would this work? That doesn't work. There's no such thing as minus 0.5. Nope, they won't work in integers. You can isolate the circuit, yes, but the thing is, it's not that simple. Because you can see here, it's all messed up, right? It comes in exactly the same location. Here. On the red pipe belt wire. Red wire comes in. That means it carries both of those signals, and one of them has to be divided, but the other one shouldn't be divided. Right? So I don't really like... I don't think I can divide one of them. Right. I guess this is not a thing. Oh shit, we also took a break. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna take a break as soon as this hype train dies. Triplex, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. Thank you. I think I need to do it this way. And I don't know if it works, but I think it's clever if it works. It's stupid if it doesn't work. What I then do is... I loop you in here. And I loop you back. Oh, it starts counting. Shit. Alright, 40 seconds left on the hype train. 9 subs to a level 2, if we can make that. Here. I think this works. Wow! Hype pack! Thank you for the... thank you for 5,000 bits, just like that. We just completed. I was sure that wasn't gonna happen. Wow. 5,000 bits. It's rare with those with bits though. No, I think this works. What I'm doing is basically adding an extra...
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Wow, Bartek, I hope this was not an attempt at sniping the last hype chain, because then it would have been too late. But thank you so much. 50 gift subs. That is absolutely ridiculous. You Disparity Flux needs to have a talk with you about the timing subs, because 2 times yesterday Disparity Flux donated huge amounts of subs right after the hype train ended. Twice. So there is a certain craft to hitting the timing. Wow, that is ridiculous. I'm not taking a break right now. Thank you so much, Bartek. What, yeah, well, I guess we're playing Factorio today. I just got here. 50 subs, boom. Wow. What a way to what an entrance. What an entrance. Ooh, and this one. Yay! And your own personal tier 2 sub. Thank you so much for those tier 2 subs. 32 months of your extreme generosity is... I am fortunate. Imagine that day when you joined. It's one of those things that I'm often thinking about. Like, some random person joins and they're just a random person. But I don't know if they're going to be donating 3,495 gift subs. That's a lot. Or they're just going to be banned in 3 chat messages. And there's sometimes like it. I think that there is a strong correlation, or I would say that the people who are super generous in one way or another are also nice people, luckily. I think we've had a few times, maybe twice, someone who came in and was super generous and then expected some kind of privilege, and like, that's not how it works. You don't get to boss me around. You don't get to decide what I play. You don't get to berate the moderators. for example, as was one of them was contact me about like I really should get rid of one of the moderators because they were assholes, and I was like, yeah, maybe so, but he's my asshole. That was weird. Thank you, Anram, for the tier 3 sub. When I completely agree with the way that the moderators work, and I just like, I also like there's also that it's much easier for having someone, having a moderator be rude to someone who just donated a lot. It's much simpler because then it's not, then I don't seem ungrateful, even though I can go like, well, then they can come to me afterwards, complain about the mod, and I can go like, well, I can see that maybe, but I stand by the mod, and blah, 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 blah. And then 2 minutes later, the Patreon pledge was cancelled. It is what it is. A staff note. Welcome.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Okay, I guess I was just thinking, man, I don't know. We're not going to get to a level 5, so I'll go to bed early today. But no. Thank you so much, Hypack, for 50 gift subs. That is super generous. Wow, between you and it's 120 gift subs for a level 5 hype train, and just between the two of you, you basically got there. That's a lot of subs. Indeed, is a lot of subs. So, Miss Chelstastic, I'm curious about, can you hide your little wrench icon?
More shall gather. More shall enter
What the hell?
fray.
I'm what's going on? Is it the first of the month? Hey, Doc, thank you for the 51 gift subs. 51 gift subs. Amazing. That is ridiculous. What is the occasion? What's happened? That's a level... I guess that was sort of in queued. Wow. That's fascinating. Not without making my account not a staff account. Oh, okay. Because I guess that streamers will just freak out a little bit, but or even see that wrench and go like, well, actually, I want to share some my, or hey, can you give me the inside scoop? But you're just here to watch some factory games, so I'll let you watch some factory games. Thank you so much, everyone. So we have unlocked. Must be Father's Day. Oh, it's Father's Day, is it? Oh, it's someone got a hold of a credit card and just burn it. Only 85 more to. Can make themselves not show up in the viewer lists. Yeah. Anyway, we are not going to bother a staff. Staff members also want to watch watch factory content, I hope. That is connected to that one, so connect there. Yes. There you go. So that means now this also counts double. Why does it not count double? This count double? Double? Here it's 2 labs. Here it's only 1 lab. Why? There's 1 lab? Oh! Wow, there's an error. Huh. That's crazy. This connection is missing. There's a missing red connection from here to here. That's crazy. And also here. Oh, that would have sucked not finding out about that until it was too late. Wow, we found it. We found 2 errors before they actually popped up. Great. Before they blew up. I must have been lurking, but thanks to Mies82. Yes. Cable management, absolutely. Rip? What are we ripping? Am I Rip? I think I'm still alive. I'm still alive and kicking. See, the reason why I wanted to avoid this solution, this was the solution I was thinking of all along. But it's ugly. Right? Question is, can I... No, there's just no way to hide it anywhere else, so it has to be up here. Is there a save game close to where you are today? There should be. And if not, then I'm gonna upload it immediately because it's literally not a problem. And I should be... there should be one uploaded. By the way, if you're a patron and you want a save game and you check in the Discord folder and you don't see it, don't wait for it, because I'm not gonna remember it myself. Like between the different games and when it was updated, just write a message and just go like, oh, can we have the next save? That is no problem at all. I really prefer that.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And let's see. Now the self-expanding base is updated with a save that is 10 minutes old. So there you go. Level 6, what did I miss? Yeah, you missed the 3 super generous. Bartek coming in, dropping 50 subs. Then shortly afterward, Hypepack dropping 50 subs. And then Narc dropping 51 subs. Yeah, that's a lot of gift subs. Could you divide people by 2 people? Where it enters... Divide people? Get rid of the is there demand condition because there's implicit in the are there labs condition. Yeah, that's actually implicit. The demand is actually implicit. No, because that's how I trigger it. I need to trigger it like that. Yeah, let's not divide people. I completely agree, Bartek. Let's not divide people. That's several countries have tried that, and it's never been a good idea. Hypepack with 5,000 bits and Bartek with 52 subs. 52 subs. That must be the... oh, that's a hype changer that counts your sub as 2 subs. Wow. I'm going to take a short break because that was what I wanted. So, yeah. Let's see. I'm a little bit confused. I fixed a little problem here, but mostly I'm just confused and just a little bit blown away by what was the occasion for all this generosity. It was just like, yay, Factorio, or just sometimes it's just random, and then it's not because I've been more entertaining than usual. Probably not. Thank you so much, everyone, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Hype begets hype. You're absolutely right, Hypepack. It's something that I never really understood, and it was actually my now ex-girlfriend who explained it to me, because she wanted to watch me stream just to see what it was like, and not because she's interested in Factorio or anything. And then she was like, oh, once the hype train started, I just wanted to join, and I didn't know how to do it, but I just wanted to join. And I was like, oh shit, yeah. But of course, if that's when it's like when it gets going, then yeah, you. But when it's not really going, then yeah, well, that's also why I would just kind of want to let it go.
Our illustrious
GZB
champion
1992,
returns.
thank you for the prime,
Welcome
and
home.
for the 10 months, 1 metric year. And that's like that. I never really thought of it like that, but I've also been, yeah, I also feel it myself sometimes when I'm watching some kind of stream. Usually I've watched the VODs, so it's kind of irrelevant. You're like, ooh, I want to do that. I want to be part of it. And I guess that's it is a function. It's really interesting how many streamers either don't like or even hate, or just don't use hype trains. I think it's the after gift subs and Prime, it's the best monetization feature on Twitch. That is crazy. Oh, by the way, yeah, I don't know if you follow Twitch drama, but XQC has signed a $100 million contract with Kick for streaming. $100 million is a pretty fair amount of money to be streaming on another platform. Like, yeah, also Amaranth today. Yeah, I saw the Amaranth where she like, so whose kick do I have to suck to get that contract? I'm like, the what? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It makes sense for XQC. XQC drives a lot of traffic. There's some fanatical fans, and I don't know. It's. I would think that Amaranth. I don't know, but my thought on this would be like, she is streaming on Twitch not because of the money she makes on Twitch. She makes the money on investment and OnlyFans, not on Twitch. That's pennies. Even if it's probably 100,000 a month, but that's nothing compared to the 2 million a month on OnlyFans. So, so the presence on Twitch is purely to generate revenue for her OnlyFans. And going then over to another platform like Kick, then you might get more money from that, but you also risk sort of losing your relevance. Like, for example, Ninja and This Guy's Toast, when they moved to Mixer, they completely disappeared from relevance. And it's only when they came back to Twitch after 2 year contract or after Mixer shut down that they sort of gained relevance again. And yes, you take a big bag of money, but you also sort of lose your relevance, and that's kind of your brand. Mixer, what is that? A dating site? It's nothing anymore. It was a really good idea. I'm so sad that it didn't work out. It was Microsoft's streaming platform. I think they had a bad strategy to start with. They spent a lot of money on buying big names, and then and they did a lot of good things as well. But they did just somehow they didn't build a community. They thought they could buy some big names and they would pull everyone with them, but they didn't build hype about the platform. They didn't make it, ooh, the next big thing. It was more like, all right, let me sit back here and wait. There was no sort of sense of urgency. For me, it was like, all right, cool. If it makes it, it's great to have another option. But that's not gonna get them off the ground. It needs to be, oh my god, this is the next big thing. I need to be in on it early because then I can get early privileges. I need to be one of the first or sign an early deal, that kind of thing. That's how if people think like that, if streamers think like that, then this hype, for example, with Kick right now, like they had a million users sign up yesterday. Like 1 million users. That's crazy. When went to Kick was to claim my handle. Yeah. That Microsoft bought Beam? I don't know what Beam is. Shroud moved as well, and now it's back to Twitch. Yeah, but that's because they shut down. Shroud, and I think it was Disguised Toast. They made the best deals. Like, yes, please give me, I don't know, $20 million or some stupid amount. 10 million, 15, whatever, something. Like, big bag of money for a 2-year exclusive contract, and the platform shuts down 3 months later. They're like, well, that's a nice bag of money. I'll just go back to doing what I did 3 months ago. No cost, only upside. And Bubs, thank you for the 48 months of Prime. Thank you very much. A long time no see. Well, you've been around. You've been around. Have you considered switching to Kick? No. It doesn't make sense for me. Because I would lose the community. And I would not be able to drag you to Kick. And I'm also quite happy with how things work on Twitch, and especially with the new potential for Partner Plus, then that's definitely something I want to explore. And if I can get a 70-30 split for sub revenue, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense. No bag of money, no Switch. Yeah, and that's even if the thing is, like, the amount of money that I would be offered, like, hypothetically, is such a small amount, because the value for them in getting someone like me is very small, right? So I would be offered like a small amount of money. Like, they are offered $25 for, which is the cost for breaking your partner contract in outside. Then Kickstarter will pay that. A Kick growing? Yeah, 1 million signups yesterday is pretty. That's pretty much growing. It's pretty massive. It's getting there, and they are having all sorts of issues because they can't keep up. So it's growing, and of course it's just in the wake of XQC and Amaranth now. So there'll be 1 million Turkish signups on today after the Amaranth has announced it. Cool. Let's do some design work. Is Kick just a stolen source code from Twitch? No, there's no reason to steal source code from Twitch. You can go to Amazon and you can buy. You can on Amazon Web Service you can get a Twitch host. They have, I can't remember what it's called, but it's an interactive streaming service. You can buy Twitch as a service on Amazon, and you get exactly the same as Twitch does, except shitty management. You have to install that yourself. Not a fan of Dan. Or Emmett Shear, for that matter. I went to TwitchCon and I met this, and it was like, oh, meet the execs. And there was this random old dude that looked confused, and he looked like he was looking for his grandchildren. And I was like, hey, what's up? Hello. So, are you streaming on Twitch? I'm like, yeah. So, what do you do? Like, oh, I'm the president of Twitch. Like, holy shit, you're the president. I thought you were someone's granddad. Yep. That's how it is. So, no, it's not because you was banned, because of the bag of money. Oh, shit, you're still around. I actually have really good talks with Mike Minton, and he's also been very forthcoming. So, but yeah. And Emmett was all. It was. I talked to both Emmett and Dan, and they just seemed so out of touch. They were. My association was that that meme with the baseball cap and the skateboard, and who is it? It's Steve Buscemi. Like, hey, what's up, kids? Like, it seemed like that. It was like, you really want to be, yeah, you want to be cool with the cool kids, but you're not. Yeah, what's up, fellow streamers? Exactly, what's up, fellow streamers? It was exactly that vibe. Yeah. All right, let's do some design on on templates here. And I don't think they should. I mean, if you take someone like Susan at YouTube, or no longer, right? She stopped. Then she was never trying to pretend to be a YouTuber. It was more along the lines of she was listening as an outsider, like, okay, tell me about your challenges. Okay, I'm listening. Okay, I can understand that. Like, yes, thank you. Just be professional. Don't try to be yeah, to pretend that you're one of us, because you're not. Like a president of $1 billion company, I don't think we have a lot in common. That's kind of, I think. So let's do this one. Now we do the yellow signs, and we'll try to do it for 6, and then we'll split everything in 2. The low density structure will be brought in, the blue sockets will be brought in, and the robot frames will be built on site. What are we getting in trains for this? That's, yeah, just... oops. That's the C command from Captain Industry. That's coming here. Okay, so we need here. And that is 20-second craft time. Damn. That's it. Yep. For 3 science sprints, you want 900 loop per minute. Okay, per minute doesn't matter. Here we talk seconds. And then... what about this? Inbound, inbound, inbound. That means we also need to make a battery build. Yeah, we need to make a battery build. And... yeah. Yeah. And then the electric engines. So deficit. That's weird. Why are they so weird? Okay, that's aligning with that one. Kind of obvious that it's half of that. And exactly 2 engines per second, yes. And then we'll need exactly 2 engines per second, which is going to be exactly the same amount. They also on a 10-second craft time, so it'll be probably be like this. Yep, yep, yep. And then let's have a look at inbounds for the whole thing. So these are canceling each other out. That means we need gears. Well, that's just normal iron. And inbound, that's normal iron. So we have iron as inbound. We have batteries. We have steel. We have low density. We have green. We have lubricant. And we have then outbound. So we have 6 inbounds and 1 outbound. We've seen that before. So that's good. Let's cut it in half. There. Then I'm going to take this one. And then I start ripping this out. Yeah, it's going to be something like this. Good evening, analysts. How are things? Overwhelming. In a good way. Let's see how many this is 83. Let's just for comparison see how many we have here. This is 70. Okay, so it's a little more crowded than this, but this isn't particularly crowded. I guess we can take something like this one and just build it, right? Three inbounds, and this is also 3 inbounds, so it'll probably be the same. So if we get iron and steel in on one side, then that side, that's this side here. This side has more room. So this side will be iron and steel, which makes I think this part has to be all the way over here. And then the two things coming in directly will be low density structure. They'll be coming in from on this side, and the other one will be the blue circuits. There. So we'll get these two in. Blip. And there. That's the easy one. And then all I need is just, hold on. None of these are particularly high quantity of anything, so I don't need to care about sidedness or belts or stuff like that. So let's go here. This will be iron and steel, which is going to be close. So let's get iron and steel in here. That will be steel. And the other one will just be the iron. Ironium and steelium. Then we get the next one. I really like this kind of design work. This is very Factorio-esque. Like this is quintessential Factorio for me. Like, because this way of working, it's almost only Factorio that is this crisp. Like this is the like. I've been messing with blueprints today in Satisfactory. The way that it works in Factorio is just like copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Oh, I need 10 of those. No, I don't need one of them. Oh, no, I need all of them. Move over here. Just like that part of you, it feels like juggling. Like you're like, no, a little bit up. Okay, that's fine. These ones just need a little bit of space in between. That's fine. There we go. Like that, it just feels like it's so smooth, right? And yeah, and then in Satisfactory, it's just really deliberate. But then also it has a much higher level of aesthetic to it. And Captain of Industry, it is pretty smooth, but since it is three-dimensional, it at least like several layers, then it's not as fast as Factorio, even though the commands are as fast as Factorio. But the fact that you have to sort of make sure that pipes go up and down and the slopes of these kind of things means that it can't be quite as fast. But then on the other hand, it's a little more rewarding because it has more levels to it and more complexity to it. So I think that scale, like Factorio is like such a crisp experience, like really just copy paste, throw things around, like instantly making more instantly. Of course, we're also working in we have smelting steel on site. No, we're not smelting steel on site. Feel more like root canal than juggling. Yeah. It does. But you know, it's important to do root canal. Dyson sphere blueprints are great as well. Yes, but when you get to, and maybe that's, I can't remember how it works. And like the best thing about Dyson sphere is when you then you do like, okay, that's going to be inbound, outbound, and outbound here. And then I go copy that, and then brrr, that's the best experience. That feels so good. Just Yeah, and then exactly. So Dyson Sphere has this. Even the blueprint system is super flexible. Then as soon as you sort of copy, oh, no, I can't place it here because it's on a fault line. And then it's not really. It's not a hindrance. It just means that you work slower that way. Not a lot of room for this, but we'll see. On Factorio, you can copy an assembler and paste it to a requester, and does the request for you. Yeah, that's a nice little thing. Like there are some nice quality of life features there. This is 4, and oh, there's too much space in between here. I'm pretty sure I need 5 spaces. You need 2. No, this is just 1 inbound, 1 outbound, and then pipes on the outside. Here I will have 3 inbound, 1 outbound, and I can't drag it up. You can place electric and ordinary engines in one column and have them drag. Oh, that's of course much better. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. It's almost like I refuse to use this thing that someone actually built for us. You just stop blinking. Oh, the red ones are coming in because of this part over here, which is irrelevant for us right now. I love that blueprint. Thank you. I love it a bit less because it was built before the before these were part of the design, but now it's better. All right, so how big is this? This is 1.5, and I need clip. Come on, there. Right? Done. I feel like I'm cheating. looks cheating. Yeah, the middle belt, not in the middle. Oh yeah, the middle belt does have a little bit too many. Done. Actually, that's not at all what I wanted. I needed. I can do this and do this instead. Yeah. And then just need to make sure that we filter. My number one Factorio thing is R. You mean RRR. By the way, absolutely amazing movie. If you haven't watched RRR, do so. That is, man, that was the best movie of last year. But yes, there are two schools. What is it? It's a movie just for you. So basically, what you're saying is, yeah, you could see it here. Who the hell does Shift R? I don't know. But you press R, and if you want to turn it left, you just go 1, 2, 3. Love that movie. That movie is insanely good, and it's just I. When I watch a Marvel movie, I get annoyed about the stupidity of how unrealistic it is, how it doesn't make any sense. But when I watch RRR, that was just what's the actual movie name? Or it's just Google it. RRR. It's just Google that, and then it's a Bollywood movie. Technically, it's not a Bollywood movie. It's a some other. It's because it's a different part of India that I don't know. It's a so I think from a Western perspective, you can call it a Bollywood movie. Rise, Roar, Revolt. Yes, it is so good. I mean, I think I don't know why. There you go. Yeah, just pasting that link. There we go. I'll paste it for your ICBM. Um, like I get annoyed when when some of those superheroes suddenly forget that their superhero power is not that they are indestructible. Like Hawkeye, he's just a dude with a bow. He can't be taking a beating from the Hulk or anyone else and just go like, I'm fine. No, 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 you're not fine. And same with hot chick in black latex. I don't know. Don't know the names. Yeah, and then it becomes like, oh, so they're all like Hulk. So the Hulk's special power of Black Dead Widow, something. Uh, hey, you knew who it was. My description was perfectly adequate. So, um, yeah, I get annoyed about those. But when a random Indian dude who's been living in the jungle fights with a tiger, then we're gonna like, you can do that. You're cool. You're badass. You can do that. She annoyed Disney. Sure, you won't be coming back. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. It says I can't even know her name, but you know. Yeah. So it's but there's just something about it. Like you when you like the mythology, you can just completely suspend your disbelief. For example, also Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. But that also has an in-game or in-universe description because, or is that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or is it the other one, Hero? The one where it actually it's I think it's Hero, where everything is told as a story about someone. So it's not something that happens. It is how the story is told. And a 45-minute flash that needed to be 5 minutes. Which one? In RRR? That definitely has. I think it's also just. I love watching good movies from non-Hollywood places, right? Because there is a different storytelling style, and the things that we know because they're always like that because we're used to that way of working in a Hollywood context. They just don't work like that. Like I remember watching Train to Busan, like Korean zombie movie, great movie, because you don't know like the premise of who's gonna survive and what's gonna happen, and like all of those rules that you know from your regular Hollywood movies, they don't count anymore. That's not how it works. You will be disappointed when, if you think that. this is going to be a little bit of a mess. I think we'll get the... So low density structure will actually be down here now because it only has to go in on one side. So that's going to be the easiest part. And then we build a balancer, but we built a bad balancer. Yeah. That should work. It works. Except it's the wrong side. But aside from this, it works. Because that's now a balancer that only builds on one side. Sweet, it works. Does ours have English dub? I only see it in Hindi. Yes, I think it does. I can't even remember when. I think I watched it with English dubbed. Oh, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I mean, I just love that movie. It was good. It was just amazing. So. Okay, so basically now we need to sort of filter things in. How about that get it green and steel from over here? Let's do that. And this one will be green again. Green inbound and then steel inbound. Because now they can... If I do this, something like this. Yeah. Yep, so that's two of them taken care of. One of that. So now I need... iron here. Okay, so let's take this one and make that into our iron build. Then now we lost the connection. Oh, I'm forgetting my brakes. Other belts also require specific sidedness. Do they? No, I don't think so. This one may be no. Because you're only going in there, no? This one requires special sidedness, as they say. But I don't think I need that. I don't want this. I want it like this. Because I don't want it out on the belt here. That's only when we want to also create robots. But I don't. I just want them to be going straight in. There. Mm-hmm. And the same on the other side. Now I don't need sidedness for this one. Sidedness, that's not even a word. What does clippable mean? Okay, I'll just take this build. So, Factorio has flip, short key F, then it has clip, short key G. So if this is flippable with a F as shortcut, then this must be clippable with, since the shortcut is G. So that's clippable. How can you... That unloader is not clippable. No. Ah, okay. Yeah. Do I hear the faint sound of face palming there? All right, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll continue with this design. It's just a bit of a belt filtering and then we have a crisp design. Yay! I knew that under mirroring. Yeah, but mirroring is in it's flippable or it's clippable. Yeah, otate and flashlight. I know, no, it's the same exactly. Do we have other ones that are the same? And then of course the ironium and carbonium, and then all the other ionium from Riftbreaker. Anyway, we'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. My cats were outside, so I had to summon them. They actually come when I call on them. Be having a smoke. All right, good. You do that, or don't actually. Didn't I make a mistake with this one? Because this one I flipped it, but I don't think this is flippable. This part is flippable, but not the rest. These have to be like this. Okay, so let's see where we have other things. So this will now be steel. Good. Sent you the blueprint book for the resource toolbox Tuesday. Ah, all right, cool. Let's have a look at that and then see what we can figure out where that is. It's linked to Factorio bin. And that's a big blueprint. Blueprint book is imported successfully. Oh no, I have now 2 blueprint books in my inventory. That can only go wrong. Alright, let's see. Huh. Let's have a look at it. Huh? Oh, it's slightly misaligned. No? There.
Our illustrious champion
Ooh,
returns.
an illustrious champion.
Welcome home.
Kupwa, thank you for the tier 1 for 29 months, almost 3 Metal Gears. Yes. What are we working on now? We're not working on this part. I'm just reviewing a blueprint. Okay. What is this? Why does it say coal? But this is not the coal one I was importing. Who's this one? Ah, maybe that's just a minor detail. But why would you block this? When it's less than 52,000. On power inserters. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's not really the part we're really looking at right now, because that could probably be fixed. I'm just trying to figure out why it is so complicated. I don't understand why this one is stopping when it's yeah, I don't get it. To save power if the chests are full, but if the chests are full, it doesn't matter if it stops here or it stops back here. Makes no difference. There'll still be, like, literally the only thing is the amount of product that is between here and the boxes, because once that belt is filled up, it's gonna stop anyway. Yeah, the main problem with this is that, yeah, this is mining. This is just an idea for mining. I really don't understand why it has to be more complicated than this. That is, like, it's just a lot of miners. Just lead it into one train station. It's gonna be mining so slow anyway. So, what happens if the? Yes, that's exactly the point. That's the challenge, right? The other alternative is basically saying iron, copper, stone, coal, forget uranium. We're going to be disabling uranium completely because we're not going to make nuclear power anyway. So there'll be 4 mining things. That means there should be 4 stations on this one. And then somehow it will... What my idea was that I would have 4 stations and I would have sort of a carousel running around with that would sort of be filtering into the relevant station, which means that the throughput is going to be ridiculously low. No, I can't do robot mining because there's one robot grid for everything, so that's not an option. You bleed story missions too much. That's true. Yeah, let's just make a big loop, and then it'll gradually filter out. But it will be really. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not looking. I'm deliberately not looking at what other people have done. I don't mind looking at your suggestions, but I don't want to look at Nifty or Joseph or whatever. So that's why I want to come up with my own solution, because there is the part that if I see a solution, then my solution space is now going to be sort of collapsing around that idea, and that I need to keep my mind open to weird new ideas, and also your weird new ideas that will then spawn other ideas. For the biggest example in this space is this part, this weird thing, right? It started with Jeff showing something, a state machine in with belts, and then that sort of evolved from there. I was like, huh, well, what if? And then I realized like how much you get for free in terms of when there's a token. It suddenly you don't need to keep track of sort of race conditions and states and all these things, because there's one token and it's one place. It's either in this function or it's not in this function. And then it sort of evolved into being a whole thing that the whole base revolves around, and it works. So, and if I'd just been looking at how other people have done it, then I would be deep in nitty gritty coding of functions and counters and checks and stuff like that. By the resource scanner that can tell you what ore is in a block, right? Yes. But then the question is, like, I scan a block and it has more than, if it has one, then sure, just stamp it down and be done with it. If it has more than one, what are we going to do? Are we going to skip it, or are we going to build a... But that's going to be like a really complicated separate logic at some point. Not right now. But that's logic will... It could be something like, the first thing is scan the next city block. If there's no ore in it, continue. If there's ore in it, okay, then what kind of ore? Is it only one? If so, stamp down the relevant blueprint. If there's two ore, then stamp down the relevant blueprint. If there's more than two, I don't know, stamp down the one with all four, and then sort of have that kind of selection loop, and then stamp that down and then continue the loop. Something like that, right? Could a miners just and have a sorting station? Yeah, that would be a lot too much traffic, I think. And Belf, thank you for the 27 months of tier 1. Thank you. I think you would need a decider combinator each miner. I don't know. Why would I need... what? No, definitely not. Miners don't care what they mine. They just mine stuff. Is it even possible to automate oil? Auto-mine oil? Very, very difficult. Because you basically need 9 blueprints. Because it's 3 by 3. So you need to basically try stamping it down like this. It doesn't work. Then move it one tile over, stamp it like this. One tile over, stamp it like this. And if you move it one tile, then it's going to match with this previous one. And then you sort of have to basically stamp down all 9 of them, and then fill the rest of the block with the pipes. That's the only way I can think of it. There's an outpost mod that would be cheating. Yes. If they mine too much of a resource you don't use, it'll block the line for a certain point. Yes, that's why. But I would also set the settings to be railworld settings with really rich resources, so that they're big resource blocks and they are a bit, maybe not far between, but I want to make sure that it's not like, oh, here's a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there. It should be like, here's a big blob of copper, here's a big blob of coal, so that there might be several locations that overlap. But I don't know. We'll see. A city block full of pipes. I don't know. I don't have any other options. I don't have any other ways of doing this. That's kind of the only idea I have now. So, but this is luckily not something we have to deal with right now. Let's see if we undo this. There we go. Cool. Let's go back to our design here. Thank you for your suggestion. Stempel Richard. Would not be much easier and safer to just ignore blocks with multiple resources? Maybe so, but the problem is that we are using a lot of resources and we just don't have enough resources, so I don't think we can ignore that. But I don't know. It's a German name. Yeah, I could figure out what I did. Stempel, yeah. Ritteret? Don't know. Anyway, back to this. We have this is going to be the iron bar, I guess. Let's go up here. Good. And I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean. Good. Good. Then I don't feel so out of place. We got these two. We got this one. We now need only blue and batteries. What? Green, steel, iron, blue, batteries, low density, lubricant, arc. How did they miss that? And then the output. Huh. Yeah, I got that, Mirage, as well. But it's the ending just I couldn't make that into a it makes sense for that. Go directly to the splitter. What? Low density go, sorry. The spot flip. Actually, not a lot of spots left for this because I'm also kind of running out of space here. You can see there isn't a whole lot of space left for this. See the problem? Yeah. Oh, my hands were moved on the keyboard, so I just couldn't hit anything correct. Okay. That goes out. This will be yellow. And this will be inbound lubricant. Where do we have anything liquid inbound? We're gonna need an inbound liquid Here's an inbound liquid. That's a bit big. What happened? Yeah, fuck me. Alright, let's put you over there. Undo. Thank you for the gigantic undo buffer, Factorio. For when you really make big mistakes. I don't know what I'm undoing now. But that one is not rotating. I have no idea what I'm undoing. Maybe I'm went all through the buffer, undo buffer. Alright, this looks restored. Try again. I was almost doing it one more time. Steel chest is in the way? Okay, doesn't matter. This will be yellow signs. And this will be lubricant then. Probably you undone a lot of the belt routing. Yeah. That one at least. We'll have to go through it anyway. I think this is too much. There, right? 25 and that's 25. I really don't need more than... No, I do need a little more. Isn't the loop train a 1-1? I don't know. It's a good question. I think it should be. It's a 1-1, but it's the weird 1-1. There. Definitely not 100,000. So you're going to say when it's less than 10,000, then request another one. And when it's less than 5,000, then we're probably in need of building more of it. There. Cargo train before the driver train. I know. It's. I feel dirty for doing it, but it is done. Actually, I think it should be up here, and then the other one should be here. Yeah, that's not gonna happen because it's irrelevant. So you go from here to that one, and then I'm gonna get from one with the L goes into there, and the one without the L goes on the green wire to requests. So close. No, it doesn't matter what I do. It just can't, I can't get it right. It's so low throughput that it doesn't matter. There we go. Put a pump in there. I don't really want to do a pump because there's nothing. It pumps out here and the flow is so mediocre that I really don't think it's relevant to put anything in. It'll get there. Like, let's see, how much do we need? 15 per second. That's nothing. No need. We'll just let it flow here. Plan to be this. Ah, right. Okay, because it's the same size. Yeah. Just do this. Is that better? Yeah, this looks like it's just jumping under that one. Cool. Now, what else? This is actually done. This is also done-ish. And this one is not stealing this one, because this is not the one that should indicate whether we need more fueling. And this is good. Okay, now let's continue on the spaghetti. Alright, so back to the order of the day. And that's done, that's done, that's done. And these are done. So I just need 2 belts in here. That's a problem. Is there a way that I could... Is there some kind of sidedness rule for this? And if I'm just thinking about it, why are they not just coming in on the same belt? Yeah, why am I not doing this and then stripping this belt out? That should be... This should be better. Right? Yes. Here's a legacy thing from when I needed this to also be making robots, but I don't need it to make robots now, I think. Right, and by the way, if you see that this is not working, please let me know. I'm just building this because I... Bah. So, have you guys noticed that there have been 2 Factorio patches in the last week? Just saying. It's been a while since we've seen any Factorio patches, and suddenly 2? Don't know. What are you doing? You're not doing anything. Hello, first time chatter. Smite of? Well, you'll be here. Just got to like 10th run Add yellow purple signs, completely redesigning everything from the ground up. Surely this time it'll work out. Surely, surely. Surely this time it'll be better. And if not this time, then next time at least. Okay, so this doesn't care about what it is, which one is what. So this will just be blue circuits in. Hold on, what's the other one marked? This one's marked blue, and then this one's marked batteries. Okay, so then we need to make, after this one, before we can even hook it up and let it do stuff, then we need to do batteries and blue signs. Right, those are the two new requesters. Oh, and low density structures. Wow, that's a lot of new stuff. Inserters, yes, because I was going to do that afterwards. I just didn't do it afterwards. I forgot about it. Thank you. Good spot. And by blue signs, of course, mean blue circuits, which is nothing. It's not, doesn't say blue. It doesn't say circuit. It's a processing unit. Because of course it is. Oh, 10,000? No. This is stupid. Then we have to make sure that it doesn't unload everything. It doesn't wait until empty, but it waits until it has unloaded something. The empty spots. Yeah, that's true. They're really begging for bacons. Not happening though. Let's see. Can it work? Can they reach? They can actually reach. Okay, that's cool. So let's do a... Much nicer. Hold on. If this one is like this, then... Damn it. The other one damn well better also be exactly like that. Oh. A little bit weird, but in the grand scheme of things, it looks better, I think. Still a bit of a mess. Okay, we're still working on this one. I am a little bit worried about this, and no, well, actually, let's not do this just yet. This one was batteries. Okay, batteries instead. When it's less than 2,000. Yeah, if it runs all the way out. No, this one is, if this is less than 2,000, I think. Yeah. And this one is less than 10,000. I would just request another one. Hold on, 10,000? I need 2 per second. A little bit over the top, isn't it? There. Good. Is anything else missing here? It's coming back up here. It's going in. This is not connected correctly. There. That is lubricant. You're the lubricant in here. And hold on. Send to train. Set train limit. Anything else that's broken like this? Nope. That's grayed out, grayed out. I don't think there's anything else here. So let's try and set it up. Obviously we need a train up here. A normal train, a real train. Let's get that. And let's see, this one will have one fuel in it. It'll go to here until full. And then it'll go to that one until empty. This will go to... Why are there two of those? That doesn't make any sense. Yep, that's why. Someone messed with the station name. You? There, until full. Then that's actually important that it's set to the right to... Yeah. Let's also take a save. I'm kind of getting... Restore the block from blueprint. Maybe? Now I've done it the other way around. Alright, so let's start building all the stuff here. All these magic buildings there. This will be green circuits. That one. Steel. Next up. That's not stone. This is low density structures. Low density structures also stack horribly, so we don't have a lot of that. Definitely 1,000 at most. How much? We cannot even have 1,000 in this one. That's 480, 480. Okay, we can have more than that. There we go. That way on purpose or was it intended? You want this? There. I think it was intended, but it's not intended now. Thank you. So you requested if you have less than 1,000. If less than 1,000, then you can drop off, I think. Is this steel? That doesn't make any sense. This is not steel. This is supposed to be iron. Okay, next up. Battery and blue, yes. So, oops, batteries first. And blue. If only it was this easy to make blue circuits. Right, so. Yeah, that was also kind of the rough math. I was like 1900, but train, yeah, that's fine. So, yeah. LDS unloading uneven. Nope, LDS unloading perfect. Because I'm using the other side of the belt for the output. So it has to be only inserting on one part. That's why I made a deliberately broken balancer, because now it balances everything on one side. It'll take even from both sides here and then go in. So it's actually intended. Let's have a look. Okay, the first ones are working. And soon this will just stack up as well. And clock. This is a much nicer build than building it separately. The LDS chests are unbalanced though. Only ever takes from the inside. Huh? Now it's better, right? So incredible with Factorio. Like, how much of the game revolves around sightedness of builds when you get a little bit into it. Then I think that's incredible. Like, such a small thing. It looks like actually they had intended to have in the very early, like, right hand side, left hand side, and middle as well, because there are actually more than you. If it was designed to only have 4 location, 4, then it wouldn't have this many spots to put it on the belt. And there are actually 9 spots on the belt, except that the middle ones don't really do anything. So. 3-sided belts. No! You know, stacking things on belt. Like, oh man, I just hope that the one thing I want the most for the expansion is that it invalidates every single one of my builds. Like, if they just add a orange and turquoise signs that are coming after space signs, boo! Now they need to add something that goes like, ooh, a proliferator, a stacker, something that makes every single build like, now we have to, or is it better to use like, or alternate recipes, like, oh, do you make the green circuits, do you make it out of copper and iron, or do you make it out of wood and copper? Okay, so I have to sort of balance it out, that kind of thing. That's what I hope. Because otherwise it'll be like, okay, let's play the new expansion. Then it'll be like World of Warcraft. You play the new expansion, or you have to play all the way through vanilla, and all the way through Draenor. What is it called? flippable train blueprints, yeah. And then you just have to grind your way just to get to Pandaland. Like, ah. So, Burning Crusade, that was it, yes. The peak World of Warcraft. Karazhan is my favorite dungeon of all times. That was so good. It was because it was, I think a big part of it was because it was the first 10-man dungeon, and it's just so much more fun to play 10. I like the pandas. Yeah. Legion, oh, that's way later. Way later than me. Okay, well, I think it works. Are we gonna just go like, yeah, it works? I think we've found enough errors for us to be somewhat confident. The one thing though is they are stacking up fully and they have lots of belts here, so the fact that this belt out here is still moving all the time is not a problem. It just takes a little bit longer for us to get here. There, yeah, there's a surplus. And it will get there. So as long as we can see that the last one is moving, then it's good. Most of my... I can't remember all those abbreviations. Is that Cataclysm? I think it's also like when I sort of peaked, I was in the server first for Ragnaros, and then so I was raiding 40-man raiding back then for vanilla, and then I got to another group when Burning Crusade came out, played a lot of 10-mans and heroics. Never really got into the raiding because I think I did all of... No, not all of it. Not the... I never did the last part of it. And then Wrath of the Lich King, did all of that. Did a lot of raiding there. 10-man raiding. All the way. And then Cataclysm was just money making. That's when I never left Stormwind. Well, I did. Sometimes I went to that southern plot with a neutral to sort of trade between factions. Yeah. And then I became a millionaire in World of Warcraft, and that's kind of where I've backed up. That's good. Yeah, that's solid. I'm gonna call this done. Look, Booty Bay. Yes, Booty Bay, indeed. All good. And I'm going to take, oops. Put it back in. That's odd. How did that disappear? Oh, you removed substation. Oh, okay. I made an oopsie. No. It's a bug in the game. Reported. There, full cargo. It's all good. This is going into the book. Not in that one. Looking fine and aligning it correctly like that. Flip, flip, flip. So that's half of the yellow signs, and then we'll need to make 2 of those. So now we need low density structures, blue circuits, and batteries. Can we do a quick vote which one we should do first? Then I'll just follow the vote. I don't know which one I want to do first, but if you get to vote, then at least I'll do the one that you vote for. Boom! Miss Chelstastic, thank you for the 2 months. And welcome back. With a tier 1. See, and those tier 1s, this is... Oh, I think it's funny that no one... Despite the part... I just had an aneurysm, I guess. Despite the fact that it's in my title, no one has done this command yet. So now I'm going to have to do it myself. So I'm going to be putting a little more focus on the tier 1, 2, and 3 subs compared to Prime and gift subs, because I am aiming for the 350 recurring subs, excluding primes and gift subs. That doesn't mean I don't like the other ones, but it's just I need to hit that threshold for 3 consecutive months. If I do that, then I get invited to Partner Plus program and get a 70-30 revenue split for subs. And we want that. Less for Bezos, more for me. And when our wealth sort of equalizes, then we'll equalize the split again. But until then, I think it's fair enough that I get 70-30. How close are you? I am currently I am where I need to be, but the problem is it's I think I was just checking. I'm at 370 right now, so it doesn't take much, and especially over the summer month when people just tend to go on vacation and then don't renew it, and then like if I, for example, in August just hit 349, done. I don't get it. So I don't want to be like, oh, I'm at 353. I'm good, because it'll drop down. And I don't know if it's like you have to be over at all times, or it's at the end of the month, or if it's at any given time that I have to be over. I don't exactly know. So I need to make sure that there's a fairness buffer there. What is LDS? Low density structures. So that's why. So if you are currently gift subbed or prime subbed, then consider subbing. And if you subscribe for 3 or 6 months, there is a little bit of a discount, which also means that for me it makes me more sort of more certain about hitting that target. Blue circuit it is, absolutely. If you get 70, will you drop the train difficulty down so we can hit level 5 easier? No. Why would that make... How would those two things be connected? I really like level 5 being a massive achievement that doesn't come easy. And if I was to lower that, then I would just be basically saying I'm streaming 5 hours, and then I couldn't do that. Then it would be like, I'm streaming 3 hours, but level 5 gets us an extra hour. That's also... That's not how... That is shrinkflation. So, blue circuits. So, can if someone wants to help out, then we need to figure out how many blue circuits we need for 6 signs per minute. And then I'm going to be like, that's too much. And then we kind of have to think about whether we're going to do 2, 3, or 4 builds for this. Let's try to sort of get some sense of how much we want inbound. I think 2 green belts is way too much, or is enough inbound. Definitely can't expect to get more than 2. So I think I'm going to design this for 60 green circuits inbound. That's not much. That's only 3 of these. That sucks. That sucks. Whatever. Six signs per minute should be easy. I know. I've been playing too much Satisfactory. If only some dude made a masterclass for this blueprint. If only. If only some dude made it. It would kind of be cheating, wouldn't it? This is also one of my really good blueprints. This is crisp. Like the way it upgrades, subtle updates, and then boom. 180 inbound, going from mediocre 60 inbound. I think this is 60 inbound, right? No, 33. That's a weird number. Huh. Okay, 8.9. That's pretty good if we can aim for 3. Do you know if it's just get to 3 months and you get something forever, or is you need to pay? It is, if you get 3 months in July, August, and September, then from 1st of October you get 12 months, even if you drop down below those. But I don't know what happens if I drop down and then I get back up and then have 3 recurring months. If it means that every time you have 3 recurring months that are over, you get extended by 1 year. I don't know. Or if it's just you get it for 1 year, and then I don't know what I need to do to get the second year. But let's cover that when we get there. But it says July, August, and September. I have to be over 350. And judging by the interview with Dan and Mike, it sounded like they had to beg the corporate overlords to even get this much. And they got it, and that the fact that there's nothing mentioned about a year in advance sounds to me, as someone who'd been working in a corporate environment, that this is all right, we allocate X million as a loss for this campaign, and then we're going to evaluate how it works. So that's, to me, that just says that you can achieve it, you can get 1 year, then at some point there'll be an evaluation whether it's going to be extended to more people, whether it's going to be requirements are going to be raised, lowered, thrown away. I think that's, for me, the fact that nothing is mentioned beyond, if you achieve it 1st of October, you get 1 year. Then that to me sounds like there's a budgeting issue involved, that there's allocated a certain amount of money. The thing is, like, according to public statistics and the leak, it's only about 1,000 streamers, the top 1,000 streamers, that are even eligible for it. And back by the leak, then I was number 1,200 on all-time earnings. And that fits really well, that I am just on that cusp of making it or not. That's crazy, right? There's like 9 million streamers on Twitch, and only 1,000 are eligible for the Partner Plus. When will the expansion drop? Who knows? And the 100 and is just for the first 100K. Yes, just for the first 100K. But I'm okay with that. That's not really relevant. It's not relevant. And if it is relevant, then I think that's one of those things that shouldn't complain about. So even though this blueprint is nice, it's still shit. I can't build this, right? We can all agree that this is not how I'm gonna build it. So this guy who made this blueprint doesn't know what he's talking about. Red in and blue out. Green in. Green in. How big is this? That's half. There we go. The issue is all of these inbounds here. Are you from Denmark by any chance? I am from Denmark by some chance. Yeah. Those are greens. They are. That one. Okay, we're gonna go old school with this.
Welcome back.
Ooh, hey Hugo, thank you for the 5 months of Prime.
Appreciated.
Thank you for your Prime subscription, and welcome Julie too. That doesn't work.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
J Matcha, thank you for the 31 months of tier 1. Hope all is going well. I hope all is going well as well. And then I think we'll go this weird pattern. I like that. That's a weird pattern. I like. Could we do it on the inside? Yes, we could. I like that. That's more interesting. Yeah. Input. Nah, let's make those green. And then in, out. But where's the light? Actually, the light will be here. Definitely not the easiest way to do this. Yeah, and these now to be different. That's gonna be in, and out. And then light. Yes, perfect. That's our design. And that's our design now. Oh. Ah, no. No. Ah. Yes, outputs also need to go up. All right. With both space science engine. Okay, so for anyone who's helping doing these calculations, I am using productivity 3 on the silo, but no other productivity anywhere. So that is probably the I don't really like overbuilding thing. Oh, it does need to be overbuilt a little bit. There you go. That's the build. And that one and that one. Yeah. So those are now our inbounds. So let's see. One of them will be. This one will be only for the greens. And that'll split into 4 lanes. And then I'll have red on one side and sulfur on the other. Sulfuric acid on the other side. We are getting sulfuric acid. Yes. So let's get something inbound. That's an inbound thing. Here. Yep. That will be red circuits. This one. Where are we? Yeah. And And this will be... Okay, this is probably... Yeah, this is not correct, because this is assuming a bad train. A science train, yes. It's not a science train. It is a... Oh, hold on. Maybe the blue circuit should also be a 1 train. 2 stations? I would think that I'd want to have 1 station with a lot of unloads, but then I would want to have 2 trains coming into the station. I don't want to overbuild it more than this, because this is so well balanced that it just fits perfectly with 2 of these inbound here. Would it be better if I flipped it? Maybe? 60 green circuits per second? Yeah, I don't feel that's too bad. Like, greens... There's 16,000 in a train, divided by 60. Divided by 60 again. It's 1 every 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. I forgot my break at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, didn't I? I did not take a break 10 minutes ago. Did I? I'm completely lost. I'm lost. I didn't take a break 10 minutes ago. Missed your break, yeah. Good. Then I'm gonna take a break now, because I was like, I feel like I've been at this forever. So yeah, this is not as bad as I thought. We just need to figure out some trains in and out. So that's good. And I thought it would be way worse, but we just need to build 3 of those for the whole build. Cool. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll just be darkest Factorio. Yes, everything is darkest. Then we'll yeah, let's get this done in the next hour. Cool. Be back in 2. Welcome back for a little bit of Factorio entertainment, late night Sunday evening or afternoon, depending on where you are, of course. I'm gonna make a 3rd column for this, so you only need to build 2 of the items. Seems to be enough room. I don't think I want to, because I think it'll... The fact that my green circuit here is designed to produce 60 and this one is consuming 60, I think that's a good thing. And we're also seeing that here we actually had issues unloading fast enough. So pushing it beyond 60, ugh, I don't mind having 3 of those. Like, for me, it's a different design criteria than usual, because usually I would value something like compactness a little bit. Not as much as maybe someone else, but there would be certain compactness to it. But I don't even want that now, because it's about how impressive it is, how big of a base that can be built automatically. So if it has to build 3 of these blocks instead of 2 of these blocks, it doesn't make it a worse base for me. Does that make sense? Sometimes I have my problem when I slightly overbuild, but then I have to double train inputs because it's just not enough unloading. Yeah. Interesting thought I just had. The way you set up the brain, this base should theoretically be able to automatically adjust to changes in required items recipes. Not if anything else is needed, but if green circuits suddenly need more copper. Exactly. That is the core design criteria, is that it will identify what needs. It's not built towards ratio. It's just, it identifies that something is needed. For example, if the travel distances are really long, then it'll slow down. Or eventually when it has to build all the resources it needs for expansion, then I don't know the ratio of how many solar panels and accumulators that needs to be made in order for the base to continue to progress. But that would be another thing as well, right? If you make blue chips one-on-one, yes, I realize that, but I think that's the right thing to do. The only thing though is, which way is it going to be? I think it's going to be like this. Not dragon first? No, I don't think so. Alright, well, I mean, Grundig is a moderator, so I have to do what the moderators say, and they are the biggest trolls around here. He's really embracing the trollish behavior. Don't even get started on trying to come up with a logical reason. You just do it to troll me. That's fine. That's your prerogative as well. So. Yeah. Pull or either full cargo or time has passed and it's got at least 1,000. There. So either if it's full cargo or it has waited 120 seconds and it has at least found 1,000, then go away. But I think I hate them slightly less than you do, which means I want them. Good. So like there's nothing, like if you can't be happy, then at least you can look at other people who are miserable and then feel a little bit better about it, right? That's the principle I hear. And let's go down here and fix the yellow ones. I don't think I can... I think I have to make sure that I unload it a little bit better than this. Nope, that's wrong. Incorrect. Yes. That should be it. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're a beginner, then this looks absolutely idiotic. Absolutely idiotic what I'm doing here. That's actually really funny. I didn't really thought of it like this. Like if you've been playing Factorio for 10 hours, then you go like, this guy's an idiot. Huh. I hate inserters because of that. I love them because of this, because it's a skill expression. Like when games have something that is that's a limitation, then it becomes a way for you to show skill, because you know the intricacies. Like like every single FPS game, or like for or League of Legends, or there's things that are sort of like, oh, if you do this at the same together with this, or at the same time as you do this, then you can actually input buffering, for example, in League of Legends is a thing, right? Or in FPSs, there are also like tons of these things, right? It's an unnecessary but unique mind twisting challenge. Yes. The thing is with this way of doing it is that it doesn't... You can easily play the game to 99% efficiency without knowing these things, or without really caring. And then you might be like, huh, why is it going on one belt? Okay, then I'll just... Okay, now it goes on both. That's fine. And the train will unload, and it's fine. And you're going to have one belt running around with this. That's cool. But when you want to just tweak and optimize and make sure that it doesn't jam and balance everything else out, then you have to do these kind of things. Feeds Lilo player limit tests. What's great is really bad spaghetti and really optimized spaghetti like this can be indistinguishable. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at this, then this has so much sort of compactness to it that we're gonna, this guy knows something I don't. And anyway, I think it's just like there's a lot of sort of a story being told in just this part. Funny. That's also one of my better YouTube videos, the one about 25 minutes just about inserters. It was a lot of research. Yeah, and then we just continue, and then this is fine. So, blueprint. And that's the yellow signs. Mm-hmm. And then go back up to. All right. So this is all good. At those 100% speedrun spaghetti reigns supreme. But it's not really spaghetti. It's very, very deliberate spaghetti. It's really the gourmet kind. It's it looks like don't go in there. You can go up there. Yeah, go up there. It's funny, like they have there's they have so much expression by two cats. Like Pixie is always looking like, oh shit, he knows I did something wrong. He knows I did something wrong. Ah, I better run away. But never does anything wrong. And Speedy is like, what? I didn't do anything. And then it's just a roll of toilet paper all over the place. Like, I don't know. It was here when I got here. Cool. Let's get these in. So let's build a green circuit build. That's definitely going to be something. Let's take this one as the baseline. This one will then be blue circuits now. I don't know. We must have like different ways of unloading things fast. Inside the closet again. Like this is a good unloader. But this, could I do this kind of unloader, but just on one side of the belt? Yeah, that's kind of what I want, isn't it? I think this is kind of what I want. I hear them sneaking around me. It's a little bit stressful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No idea what's going on here. Need 4 belts. Actually, I don't need, only need 2 belts, but 2 full belts, but I need 4 input belts. So I'm gonna build it as if it needs 4 input belts. And then we need the balancer, which I can't remember how to do. Also don't think I need to do this. Need to know how to do this. Yeah. Then all of this. One tile over. Up. Up. far so good. And then we need the red circuits coming from here. I think that is definitely logically wrong, that this is jumping over this, but this one is then jumping over the same one. Like they're jumping over each other, even though they're not jumping, but you know. Here and here and here. Symmetry. And then we need a liquid input. Do we have a liquid input anywhere? We have this. We don't have any side liquids. No? Whatever needs liquids. I don't even know what would need liquids. You can insert it but inside the build. Yeah. I mean, like here. I was also considering doing it up here, but there, that's nicer. You're right. This is coming from over here. Cool. So now we need a. Let's just get this one. And take all the belts out. And then some kind of liquid inbound. I think that's too much. It is too much. This is still too much. But also certainly less of a problem. Oh, I don't know how often I try to rotate this map. And why is there a red? The red one is connected to here, right? Yes. Whoops, these ones should not connect. There. Yep. And that's going to be sulfuric acid. And that's going to be sulfuric acid. No, and then it's going to be sulfur. That's weird, right? That's weird. Definitely should have better overlay. Yeah, there was something like it would highlight. There was a new patch was something like it would highlight the end of the. But I don't think I updated. I think I have mine on manual update from sort of past woes. And then I need to connect this to here. And then that will basically be, if it's less than 2,000. 2,000 is not much when it comes to liquids. And this is 10,000? Sure. Just let it go below 10,000. Not a problem. And JHK89 is continuing the gift up from Executor. Well done, Executor. Good recruiting. And thank you, JHK89, for continuing the sub and converting it from a gift sub to a regular sub. Thank you. Very sneakily, Dwayne June did not see or hear it and did not react to your sneakily conversion, but I did. Ever vigilant. Let's see. Oh, this one is not really there yet. It now has learned to open the doors. Well, What do you expect? Greens. Greens. There. Green. Less than 20. Less than 10. That's a bit irrelevant numbers. Because I can have a lot. That's 9,000. 1, 2, that's 19,200. 38,000. About 70 something thousand. About 140, 150,000. Yeah. We don't need to be filled up, but let's just do it like this. All right. And you should also be okay. This one is set 0 of 1. This one is set. Read 10 count. I kind of abandoned that. Yeah. 150,000. It's close enough. Just a bit late to body. Good evening. Good evening, Andy man. I'll be stealing your CC, your credit card info to buy Cratnap. Yeah, maybe. I think this is good. Let's test it. I don't see any problems, but that doesn't mean that there are no problems. But let's get this up here. That one is also already. Oh. Go. Need to have sulfuric acid. There we go. It's going to be green. Deliberately not starting this until I've set the other one in. Because I know the other ones will be fine. I just need to make sure that oh, this is totally not ready. Do we have a red one inbound? Yes, there. And then these also need to be set to red. Doesn't this seem okay? 10,000? If it's less than 10,000? Sure. If it's less than 2,000, then it's dead. No! Oh, it was a little bit past, so it just takes a victory lap. There. Go, go, go! How big do you think the hub needs to be to build all these things? 2 city blocks, I guess. Like one for all the stuff, and then another one for solar panels, accumulators, and robots. Maybe not even robots, I don't know. This is the best. I think actually red circuits is my favorite thing to build because it has green and orange and white coming in, like, and then bright red coming out. Like, it looks good. But this is also very pleasant, except that it always looks so underwhelming, the stuff that comes out. So this looks pretty straightforward. We'll have a few of those. Right? So the next one is going to be either batteries or Low density structures. Let's do a quick vote on this while I review for errors and mistakes. Here. I like this build. This looks neat. It certainly can easily fill up this one, but how fast? What's next? Alright, quick vote on which one to do next. I'm planning on making all the items in the game with this base. Yes, the intention is that it's a base that will, once I start it, it'll do everything. It'll keep expanding, it'll build whatever is needed, and it'll build science, and when it builds science, and that's just chugging along, then it'll just double the science and keep building. So, that's the essence of it. Alright, this one looks like it's working. We'll just take these out. TAS? I don't know what that is. I would say it's more like a glider from Conway's Game of Life. To whoever provided you the gift sub, if you go click the, as if you wanted to subscribe yourself, then you can see that you were gifted a sub by someone. And then you can see who gifted you that sub. We need, this is blue, good. And that's yet another build completed. So not only a lot of builds completed, 3 per sec. Oh, need alignment. There. Yay! Automating automation, absolutely. Low density structures. Here's the winner. So the solution to Factorio, basically, this is my piece de resistance. This is the final. My final piece before the expansion, just going, that's it. Now I don't need to play Factorio anymore because I built a, I built Factorio to build itself. Done. Think about what it is I'm actually doing here. And think about it if any of you are developers. Like, I'm sitting here doing extreme programming, like extreme. You know, you have this idiot looking over your shoulder, or the all-knowing developer who knows everything, but never gets his hand on the keyboard, looking over your shoulder, pointing at every single semicolon or greater than is, except it's not one person, it's 300 people sitting here watching, looking over my shoulder, pointing out my every mistake. I tried telling that to a developer friend who's like, and that's just nice and relaxing. Like, that sounds like a nightmare. Is it vanilla? Well, it's as close as possible. You can't do all of this with just vanilla. So there's the primary thing, like for example, we're working in a creative mode here, so I can make it, but this is also like a template world, and we go back to the real world here where our base has been expanded, and then it's just stuck because I started making fixing some errors. And we'll definitely get it started soon, right? When should we get it started? There are a little bit too many errors here for us to... Oh, you know what? How about we, while I design this, we let this one go with all the fixes we've done, and then we can go there. I have a question for you. The question is about Satisfactory. Shoot away. You can always ask a question. And the worst thing that can happen is that I ban you, and I probably won't if you just ask about Satisfactory. But sometimes people are like, oh, I have a question, and then just are assholes. A tool assisted speedrun. Oh, right. Let's see. Let's just save first because I can't always cope with this. There. Like, deleting everything and then realizing, whoops, I should not have done that. So now we just go on the deleting spree here. Come on. It's just, I got a sense that there were a few people in chat who were sort of asking questions that seemed to indicate that were new around here or didn't quite necessarily understand or know what we're trying to do. So I thought it was a good idea to get this going, and then you can start seeing it in action. First, I need to just a little bit of cleanup to make sure that it's ready to start with all the changes we made. Yeah. Ah, fuck. That was my nice clothes that I had deliberately put so it wouldn't get cat hair all over it. And now it's on the floor. What is your idea on an efficient smart plating factory? It is one assembler with 2 boxes in and 1 box out. That's it. Don't ever make a smart plating factory. You don't need it. That's it. That's my take on that part. It's very, very simple. And you might go like, but what? No, you need 50 for the first unlock. So just take 50 rotors, 50 reinforced iron plates, put them in a box each, put them into assembler, go somewhere else. 40 minutes later, done. Or 25 minutes later. And then for the next level, you need 500 of them. Then you do exactly the same. You just take 500 and 500, and you leave a little bit longer, and then you'll never need it again. Then you need a little bit for the last unlock, but whatever. Then you need 10,000. So be it. Put 10,000 of each in, and then be done with it. So that's Anubis Gaming. That's my take on that. Cool. So this is the starter factory. I need to do a little bit of what the hell? Oh, right, because I'm on a. There we go. Now we go back as a character here, and I will be putting my blueprint in here. Then I will need to empty all of this, and I need to empty all of this. What? Inventory full? Boo. Yeah. That one. Then this one needs to be reset. Now that's reset to... This is the logic that determines where we're going to build. And then... we have 1 logistic spot and 1 here. Now we have 0, and then I put 1 logistic spot in. Then I do, how did I want, oh, this is also, oh, right, we get a chance to actually test this. Huh.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an army.
Arikon, thank you for the prime. Welcome. And now I think all I need to do is just press this button and then it will get started. Nope. There. No, this one has to be... We don't have a better location than this. Yeah. This one, and then just go back. This will automatically populate all the tokens we need. So once this one is done, then I'm going to save again. Token boxes are not empty. Not empty, yeah. Oh, token boxes. Oh, were token boxes not empty? Oh, well, I guess I need to empty them again. Yeah, 2 here. Good. There we go. There's a lot of things that need to be done to get started on this or to sort of enable it. But that's okay. I don't mind that. It's so rare that it happens. And I try to automate a lot of it, but I can't automate all of it. Yeah, inventory's full. You're right. So, I wanted to get this one in, and then we're ready to get it started. Let's see if there's some tokens in all of these. here, there should be a little token of each of the things that each factory has an item, and when that item is selected, then that is the stuff that gets built. Cool, so now I think we're ready to start, and we'll call it 09, ready. Alright, call start. There. Save your progress. Does this train know how many trains to have? Yes, because every provider station has a train, or sometimes multiple trains if it's providing really quickly. This is reset. This counts how many. All right, so here's a short primer for anyone who is unfamiliar with it. I will just be hitting the button. There we go. And it gets started. So from now on, hands off, it's building itself. The way it works is there are several different algorithms for it. This is the core, the main loop. It has a blueprint box that is... I'm an idiot. I just picked up the blueprint box. Ah, look at that. We're putting the wrong one in. Okay, let's not... Okay. So this main loop, this here is the main thing. If a blueprint is put in here, then it will read the signals it gets, and then it will stamp down the blueprint automatically in a certain position. And if it's a blueprint book, as it is now, then it will be building... it'll be pushing this out. It'll be selecting the correct one. So that's that part. Let's see why things are not moving. That's because we are not... Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, it didn't work. All right, I'm going to load. All the rest of it is deleted. It's just not map updated. So if we, for example, go like this, it's just not calling a redraw of the map. It will identify itself. But yeah, it looks confusing and we can't have that. There. So it was just a redraw. Okay, so why is this one not working? Oh, because it already has this value. Oh. You're not supposed to go just yet. It's because this one has stored the value. This is not super important. This is just me wanting to get things done right. Shouldn't I have one of these in my inventory? There. Okay, so now I think that when I hit this button, then it will start. So let's save it on this one. Good. So, one more time. Press the button. Beep. That's the indicator for the next. Now it's first deploying a blueprint because it identifies that it needs more power. And now it's adding up all the robots that it needs. 300 robots. One more time from the top. Yeah, save. And now it always takes a little bit of time before they fly out. So here they go. Now the robots will start making it. So let me explain how this works while we're getting here. So this main loop here is controlling when to deploy the blueprint, but not which one to deploy. So this one checks for robots, like, okay, are the robots done with the previous one? Yes. Okay, then it sends a signal and says, all right, robots are done. That signal triggers the beep, which is this loop, which is I call the brain. This is basically identifying what is needed, and then it'll go on this belt. There's a little Nilos token that moves on the belt, and when it hits something that that needs to be done, then it'll go on a loop. First, it needs to do a lot of solar panels because we need power for our base. You can see here, this is tracking the solar power, the accumulator charge, and when it needs to be above 50, and then it'll do one more, and then it'll stop. So now you can see it's charging up. So now it's making one more power, and then it goes up over 50, and then it will do one more power, and then it'll get on with the rest of the actual base. But it needs to build up a little buffer of solar power. This one works. It has basically two conditions. It has a condition: is it requested? And I'll get back to how things are requested. And the other one: is it in not in a taboo list? The taboo list is this part, which is making sure that if I build an iron smelter, because there is a demand for iron plates, then obviously as soon as I build it, I won't have satisfied the demand yet, so it's going to take some time. So I want to make sure that it doesn't go like, I need more iron plates, build a smelter. I still need more iron plates, build another smelter, another smelter, another smelter, and then now suddenly there are 5 of them that get into action. So I put every single thing except for solar panels in a taboo list, which is what we have here. Basically put them put them out and say, you can't, for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 iterations, you are not allowed to build this particular block. So even though you want to build another smelter because we still have a lack of iron, then you have to wait at least 5 iterations until you can do it again. You just bought the game today. Yeah, this is probably not what you want to do on day 1. And each of those tokens have basically what they do is they identify whether it is available. That means the token is here and not in the taboo, and then whether there's a demand for it. And if there is, then all it needs to do is it sends a green signal, which means deploy the blueprint, and then says what blueprint it is in the blueprint book. So this one is number 19, and then it goes down here, and then it identifies now. This is now in the list of what is being requested. It will always request more science labs, and then this is the priority list. So now it decided, after we fixed the power, now we can start building the base. So it builds a science lab. The science lab is then identifying that it doesn't have any red, green, blue, purple, and yellow, and space science. So it starts issuing a request back to the base and saying, please give me all of these. The reason why there's not a red one is because the red one is included in the green. So it just basically sends a request back to the brain of what is now being requested. And that means you will see more lamps lighting up here. And then it will again, when the next loop comes in, when you hear the beep is when all the robots are done. Did it break? I think it broke. It broke somehow. Cool. That shouldn't happen. How did that happen? It broke. It broke. How did it break? We just prevented it from breaking for so many times. It was too fast. Really? Any autosave anytime soon? Well, this autosave is after. So let's take that autosave. Ah, damn. Okay, so we can do speed 2. That didn't do much here. Have you thought about the waiting block list to eliminate ordering unnecessary blocks? I'm not ordering unnecessary blocks. That's the whole point. It'll only request the stuff that's necessary. It'll of course not be 100% accurate because it might be sort of dips and stuff. But eventually, if I build a, because of some reason the copper is lacking a little bit behind, but there is enough copper smelting, then I might build another copper smelter a bit too early, but then I build a red circuit base and then or green circuits, and then I need this copper anyway, so it's not really. Okay, last week I sent you a accumulator charge tracker. Do you want to try it? Oh yeah, that's true. It's true. It's true. I really want to do that. Yes, yes, yes. It was way too complicated for me to test. Was it this one? Accumulator tracking charger. How do we get this in here? Because it shouldn't be part of the. It should be part of the other network, right? How do I get this? But it won't be particularly interesting because this is part of the 6 megawatt? 6.7. Yeah, it's wrong, part of the wrong one. It needs to now be disconnected from this and be part of this one. Okay, that's going to be a little bit tricky. And sorry, I missed that comment, and thank you to moderator for catching it. Yeah. Okay, so what do I need to get it done? Now it's connected to this one. It needs to get the A signal, right? It needs to... I'm sure that it just needs the A signal, right? Here. Yes. Okay, now I've hooked it up to the right location, and this looks so much nicer. Just need this underneath here. So I'm hoping that eventually... Is it counting? Yeah, it's counting. And then... I'm guessing it'll go up to a certain threshold, and then it'll copy this one over here. And then it'll sort of update. It's stuck again. Oh, shit! I forgot to take a save before that happened. Damn. Damn it. We're supposed to be able to see what's going on. Sorry. I got distracted. I can't do two things at once. I can barely do one thing. Just move that. No, because I can't let it be stuck. I need to see why it gets stuck. I need to see it not working. And I'm sorry, I can't do the other thing until I've found this one. So I need to do one thing at a time because I'm already, yeah. Two things is at least one's too many. One too many for me. It's probably still two too many for me. So once it builds the next one, I want to build one more. And then I take a save because that's the shorter time we need to. Damn, I get stuck in these. Okay, so now it's in here. Why are there 243 drones? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe this one wasn't enabled. Oh, back to 300. Good. Yeah, it's just the temporary for power. It could also be this one had a charge or had some stored value. So it's stuck here. Funny how Factorio doesn't have a warning if you're overriding. Save. Okay, so you go, 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 go. Nothing happens because it hasn't activated yet. And there it goes. Yeah. It's building incredibly quick. And here's the token. Here, it's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done. And it's almost done. 97, 93. There. And now. Ah, oh, that is so close. That is so close. Ah. Right, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll be back and figure out how to solve this. Oh, that's so annoying. I wanted to just get it working, but we'll get it working. It's easy to do. Yeah, 50 super bots are too much. Yeah, we'll have to redo the number of bots in a different split. So be back in a bit. All right, let's keep this break short and get back in here and figure out. So I'm gonna have to restart from this one. Now we know the issue. I want to make sure that the one that, yeah. So now we can also do the other thing. Let's take this and just put it here. Let's try the new design there. Let's build this and then disconnect you. You're disconnected. You're not supposed to be part of it. I will remove mine and then take this one that looks so much cooler. Yeah, and you are not working. That's to be expected. There. Yes. But that's the whole point of this not working. And I kind of want to take you away. Probably should be powered by internal power. Yeah, I guess it should. But it's just important that this one gets in. Yes, so it's powered now internally. Yeah, that makes much more sense. Good. Oh shit, this is not actually, this is just a visualization. I'm missing the most important part. The actual, yeah, we're not quite there. The logic of it is this one. And I have now no longer any idea where what was supposed to be. Shit. Where are my reset conditions? Like, obviously, the A goes in here. Yeah, just load the save. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's too much guesswork. Okay, it's past midnight. Brain don't work. Substation shouldn't cover the camera. You're right. Take that out. Get this one. And that's a... Nope. I think... There we go. Okay. I just killed it. By killing this one, I lost my green signal inbound. Mm-hmm. The only thing we don't have is the green in here. Yeah. Take that out. Okay. And again. I think this might be it. Yeah. Let's see. And let's see. That one is ready. That everything is... Oh, right. This one is not ready. 20. And then I need more of these. Oh, right. This one, that doesn't matter. It's not this one. It's... where do we set those demands at? Here. 250. 480. And this one, 20. Mm-hmm. Save. But. Ready? And I'll go out of this and press the button. Bleep. Building a solar panel. And the robots are getting in. Let's see if this one stops at 20. Yep, it stops at 20. And the other one just keeps going. And then at some point they'll decide to fly out. And this one is still at 0. Gonna be interesting to see if this works. I don't know what... Where's the trigger? 300. And then it... then it just loops back. This one is just a 1, so this one just counts to 300 and then stops. But what do you do when this is not equal to 1? Then send up 1. Isn't that weird that these are still here? Oh, that's the problem with construction bots. Most of the construction bots are actually not available because this one is recharging. And it's just charging really, really slow. So things are weird here in the beginning. In the dark of night, yeah. But they'll get it. They'll get it. I think that we've tried enough times to see that they can recover during the night, even though it looks a bit. Yeah. This is why we have this this solar panel, just to feed our bots and nothing really else. Look at that! Woohoo! It's something. Yeah. When does it switch over? So, regular, you let me know when you can see that there's a bug. If you see that, oh, it's now after 5 minutes. I would say it's after 5 minutes. 300 ticks is that's 5 seconds. But shouldn't it do something? I was sort of expecting that it would sort of increment. See buffer also. The currents will not be powered by the internal. It's not. This is why I put it here. Should update every 5 seconds. Yeah, but it doesn't. So something is wrong. It's up to 80 in charge level, and the C and T are like this one keeps counting, but every time it goes, I don't know how it works. Yeah, looks like something is not connected. I put the blueprint in as it was. Is there anything else except getting the A signal in here? But it doesn't really work. Page blueprint on top of it. It worked for me. Works on my machine. What input is the bottom left combinator? Bottom left, this one? Nothing. This red one is just passing on. It's not intersecting here. This one's not getting. This is just a T. But is anything else needed to be set up here? I don't like actually having T as a roaming thing on my my main network, so I think I'd actually like to do a little isolation thing on this. Each multiplied by 1. Each. There, so now actually don't need each, I just need A. There. It's the only thing I need inbound, right? So just make sure that it's the TA one, this one. This gets just a T that counts up, and then it has A100. Yeah, so I can't figure out. The T signal is leaking in from the robots, but is robots a T signal? Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah. So it did need to be isolated. Both ways. The T was also counting up, which meant that it was impossible for Z to be equal to T because T was counting up all the time. Lovely, polluting with reusing the same variables. What is this? What is this called? This is called something. You must be having a term when you do this. This is actually going to use a lot more resources because we now have a lot more robots flying out, and they all want to fly out, and they all want to be charged. So look at these swarms here. So what does it actually show? It shows every 5 seconds it updates with the charge level, so that when we see it starts discharging, then instead of it just being my line that goes up and down, which shows the current, then we can sort of see how, hopefully like a graph that we can see that it starts trending downwards. Namespace collision. That sounds very much like what I meant. Yes. Thank you, everyone. That sounds like a thing. Okay, so now it goes down to 99, 98, and then we should start seeing, oh, see, the first ones are turning off. Look at that glow out here. On the red wire, which doesn't connect outwards, but see, input on the green wire breaks things. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So if I set this count up to twice as much, then it wouldn't be every 5 seconds, it would be every 10 seconds, for example. That's the only thing, right? Yeah. If I do this, then it just updates every 10 seconds. I think that's nicer, so we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we get kind of a minute's worth of things. Is there any reason why we couldn't make it bigger than this? Like it's just like 8. There. You can see that it's now discharging even more. That's interesting. It's nice to have these kind of things to monitor as we go along. It's definitely gotten a lot slower because of the discharge here, the fewer robots. And look at that, it's recharging. Really? That's weird that it's recharging. Oh, day-night cycle, probably. Now we're just only paying attention to this part. Oh, it just doesn't fit on the substation. Ah, so that was the reason. And then you'd kind of have to build a substation on the other side. So that's the realistic maximum you could get, right? Right, so let's go back to sort of the overall explanation of what it does. So when it identifies, it builds the lab says, oh, I need all these sciences. This is highlighted here. Then it starts making the green and red science, and then once it makes the green red science, it identifies that it needs copper inbound, it needs iron inbound, and it needs fuel for the trains inbound. So it then in the next cycle it'll identify that the first thing it wants to get is fuel for the trains, because that's kind of important. So then it builds this one, which is dedicated to just making fuel for the trains, you can see here, and it goes out, and once it comes in, but once this one gets built, it'll identify that it's missing some raw resources. Now I have this as my raw resource build. This is pure cheat, just inventing resources for us. And this is a hack, a constraint, a de-scoping of things until much later, when we will try to identify resources on the map and build and plan them out. But for now, we are going to invent free resources as we need them. Here, and then it comes in and gets the next one, which is going to be the iron part, iron smelting. The iron smelting is going to need some iron inbound. Here comes the iron inbound, and then it now has identified that it needs iron and copper in order to make our red and green science. So now it starts working. It's always sort of taking according to the priority here. So the priority is super important to get. The priority is always power first, raw resources, fuel for trains, and then smelting of raw resources, oil refinery before the products used by oil refinery, then circuits, then rocket parts, then the science. And then if all of these are done, that means it's ready to start a new loop and build a new science facility. And that means it is inherently, because of that one, it means that it's going to be forever expanding. And now it's identifying blue science, because it's building the copper and iron. And the copper and iron, even though we don't have copper and iron now, then they are in taboo here. So they're not allowed to be built, even though we don't have enough iron and copper in this base yet. Then I put them in taboo and said, don't build them. Oh, look at that. Someone forgot this. Get the notes. Press that. Press that. And red science station has no lights. Silly to write it, because we can, and also the green ones. And now it has gone down here. Oh, look at that. It has now, our accumulators have crashed. And therefore it has identified that we need to, this one means that we want to make more solar panels. And then it keeps making solar panel builds until it recovers, which means that it's going to be a little bit ahead. And this makes perfect sense. First to build a little bit, and then once the iron smelter and copper smelter get started, then it's going to crash the power. This one is automatically disconnecting with a power switch when the accumulator charge becomes too low, because it's more important to keep this one going so we have fuel for the trains, and then we can just shut down what is actually consuming the majority of our resources, which will be our smelting, which will also sort of just put a dampener on everything in the base until we have recovered here. Yeah, so auto disconnection for the smelters, yes. So this one isn't really using anything, but now that we built the blue science, it has identified that for the blue science we need red science, red circuits, we need sulfur, and we need steel as well. So now, and plastic. No, not plastic. It hasn't identified plastic yet, because plastic only gets identified when you build the red one and identify that you don't have the greens, the plastic, and the copper sufficiently. So now we're making more solar panels. It is still looking really bad here. It's slightly recovering, but it's definitely still making another round. And it's now at 48%, 49, and at 50, this is when it turns off, but it doesn't turn off when it hits 50. It turns off when it is over 50, and the next time it builds one. So now it's actually recovering, but I want to build one more extra. That's how it goes. Smelters will crash power again. Yeah, they probably will. Now that they switch it on, let's see. But there is so much latency, both because of the day-night cycle and accumulator charge and all that stuff, and the construction parts. So right now we're identifying that we want to build one more, 1, 2, 3, and then this one light has turned off, so we will not build any more. And you can see it's slowly crawling back up here. 72, 73, 74, yay! And then we can identify what will be in the next one. Fuel, well, nope, because it's still in taboo here, so we won't build that. Then it'll go on to iron, nope. It'll go on to copper, nope. It'll go on to steel, yes. So the next one we'll build is steel. Let's have a look at the map. Here, now we're actually getting the iron and copper inbound, and that should actually eventually turn these two off, because that's the indicator that we are requesting. So there comes the steel. When this is above, I don't know what, probably, let's do that. So much easier to move around without getting run over. When it goes above 2000, then it turns off. So now it's turning off, and we will no longer be needing. See, copper has turned off. Iron will turn off soon as well, I guess. Here, iron will turn off when it hits 5000. Interesting that it's much more, but it's also using much more. So when this one hits 5000, then it'll turn off the demand for iron. And then again, it doesn't really matter if it ends up building a new location too quickly. Oh, there was a beep. What is that beep doing? There we go. Lubricant. Sulfur making now. Because the iron is still in taboo. And there we go. Now iron shut off. Iron has shut off. Raw resources. Something along the raw resources cannot keep up. So we want to do that. And we're now again starting. Now we're sort of dipping again. It's crashing. This is what I really, really love about this base. Is that it identifies itself that, oh, power is crashing, let me build some more power circuits. Oh, now we don't have enough of that, let's build that. And I don't know what's going to be next. I can just see I can just see how it responds to the surroundings. And I'm super proud of it. Yay. Go us. Like the number of like contingencies of just shutting down. So for example, copper shuts down first, and then if it goes low enough, then iron also shuts down. And you can see it's crashing really hard right now. And therefore it starts making more of these. And why did it crash really hard? I'm pretty sure it's because this got online and this, no, the steel didn't get online yet. But we got all this online. This might also be something we should be able to turn on and off. How much power does this take? 35? That's a lot. Turn off refining when needed. When low power. But the power is slowly recovering, but it's still going to make more. And then these are coming back online. They're going to be using more power. It just fluctuates. I love how many decisions are taken automatically based on conditions. Oh, blueprint deployed. That's another powered blueprint being deployed. Good, we want more powered blueprints. And then we'll basically see that almost about half of all blueprints deployed will be power. Which is kind of extreme, but it is. And there will all be the last one, and then it can get online again. You can see here, power has recovered. I want to move this part over here, but then everything gets screwed up. And now it builds infinite resources. Interesting. So it didn't really have enough infinite resources up here. For some reason, it wasn't keeping up with something. Probably the iron, because there's both iron coming in here and iron coming in here. Well, not red, really. That's why. That's exactly why. This one is saying, hey, dude, I don't have anything. Like, this one is basically saying, if the sum of requested trains minus the inbound trains is more than 3, then you need to get some more raw resources. Not enough infinite resources. Well, it's infinite in amount. It's not infinite in rate. Why not build nuclear power instead of solar? Because if I build nuclear power, that means that I need to be able to mine uranium. I need to be able to refine it. I need to be able to store an infinite amount of the green uranium, because my tech level is going to be blue, so there's no Covarex. And then I need to build all these things that are super expensive. So it's not really a viable option. If it was just infinite resources, then yes. But I do intend to have all of this being something that I mine out of the map. How did you program this Inspirely Way? That's what this program does, and I didn't do it because I can't figure it out. Luckily, Extra Trailing Space built this awesome thing for us that basically just iterates when it gets an input. It gets an input, and then it identifies the next in a spiral from this coordinate system here. And then I just take this black box, I feed it in increment 1, and then it comes back and says, these are the coordinates x2, x minus 2, y minus 1. The lights on here is a minus. and then I multiply it and adapt it to where it fits into to the grid. It's pretty cool. What if my nuclear pipe train? Yeah. What logic is there for not use normal steam power, either coal or solid? Nothing. I might actually do that. I think that's a good idea because power is irrelevant. It's actually interesting how much power could we get out of a steam one. It's funny, Anthony. For me, steam power or coal power is just something that's early game. It's something you grow out of, like trainers on your bicycle. There's nothing wrong with having, like, they're good trainers, right? Like, on your bicycle as an adult, but you just don't use it because you don't need it. Water would be the bottleneck. What could be the bottleneck? I don't know how much it actually consumes. But hey, we have infinite amount of water. Why you don't say power must be above a higher level, like one more solar setup, that the smelting doesn't get stopped? Right now, in the beginning, it is extremely volatile because each solar block is providing 33 megawatts of power during the day. But one of these, when they're operating, is consuming 67 fully operational. So the switching on of a block like this, on and off, is basically 2 full solar blocks. So in the beginning, it'll be a huge shift of the power. So even when it's 100%, as soon as I switch this on, it won't be 100%. And then I have to get it back up to 100%, which is what I do. But later on, when I have, I don't know, 1,000 megawatt, I don't know, from solar panel, then switching on, then it won't be like switching on 20 or 30% of the power in the base. It'll be switching on 5% of the power in the base. And then it'll be accumulating. So I acknowledge that in the beginning, it's a really big percentage that gets switched on and off, or it's a really big drain on the overall power, but it won't continue to be that way. Yeah, function up, right, down, left that increments or decreases the coordinates. Then you change the direction every X step, and with X increasing after 2 turns. All right, Mirage. I know, I think I know how I would code it, but I don't know how I would code it in Factorio, and I got really stuck on it. Oh, this one is weird. No, it's not actually bad. It's just trying to get up to something that hasn't been quite built yet. That's this part up here. They're missing these. And it's this one. So at this point, we can also go in here and check. There are 9 locations that want fuel, and there's 1 open that has 0 assigned. So looks pretty good that we are on top of our fuel supply as well. And then we're now going here. Let's have a look at our graph here. It will dip a little bit down here. And these are still working. So it just went down, dipped down there, and then increment up again. Like dipping your toe into the pool deeper and deeper until you're satisfied with the right temperature. Kind of. It's like, yeah, it is this fluctuation that's sort of a certain size, but if your water depth isn't very much, if it isn't very high, you're gonna hit the bottom very easily. Like it's just the variation is too much compared to the average value, and that will even out over time. It's dangerous in the beginning, can experiment with high value. It's not really dangerous. It's not dangerous because this one is on a separate network deliberately for that reason, because then it starts getting weird stuff coming in. So I feel that it's pretty robust. Maybe if it is, yeah, we can also just go up to 60 or 70, but I also want to utilize the accumulators. I want them to be active, and it on a normal, if you're playing normally in Factorio, you want your accumulators to discharge fully at the end of the night. Then you have the right amount of power. Of course, you want to be a bit ahead of the curve, but in the perfect setup where you have exactly as much solar power as you need, then by the end of the night, your accumulators will discharge just as the solar power takes over. So it is, if I only use the top part of the accumulators, I'm going to build way more accumulators than I need. So if I don't use the accumulators dipping, then I'm going to build too many solar panels. Yeah. You do need to turn off smelting. They already do that. They automatically turn off. This one turns off at 35%. This one turns off at 30%. Steel turns off at 25%, I think. 25, and stones turns off at 40%. So basically it's not like all of it on off, but some of it, and then might be able to recover. That's why we see it often dip down towards, see, now it's dipping down again. It's dipping down to 61, 60. It's not even going to, we can't see the time of day when we're like this. So let's go here. Yeah. So it is dipping, but this part indicates to me that we do have enough solar power. It's not a problem. It's okay that it dips down. To say if you build Y, you need to build X solar setup as well. It is possible, but that's not how I want to do it. I don't want a base like that. It's extremely uninteresting for me to build like that. The whole idea of this base is that it identifies what is needed. It's not some template, because then it would just be a template. Like, oh, build this, then build as much solar power as you need for this. Okay, then build this. Okay, then build the next solar power. Then I might as well just queue everything up from the beginning, and then there's no interest in it. There's no logic to be sort of selecting and identifying and prioritizing. That's the whole point of this, is I want something that is self-expanding. It's not just like, well, it's basically just wait 10 minutes, stamp a blueprint, wait 10 minutes, stamp a blueprint. It's reacting to what's happening. So it's working perfect for power, yes. And the if the startup can be a bit bumpy, who cares? Doesn't matter. Then if it's bumpy, just make more solar panels. And now it'll build one solar panel here. What we hopefully will see is that in the beginning, for example, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solar panels in a row. That was a little bit of a panic. Then it built 3, then it was okay again. Then it built 2, then it's okay again. Looks like it's going to build 1, and then it's okay again. And that's kind of what we want to see. We want to see that it builds 1 or 2 blocks, then build 1 or 2 solar panels, then 1, 2 blocks, then 1, 2 solar panels, and then just finding that nice balance of sort of, oh, now it's dipping down. Okay, let's just build 1 more. Have you got LDS blue chips? No, we were not anywhere near this. This is preparation for plastic. We just built plastic here for the red circuits. Red circuits identified plastic. And plastic identified here. We haven't, then we're going to build green circuits now. I guess maybe some other prerequisite. Yeah, raw resources, and then green circuits will be the next. Raw resource not in taboo, so we'll build another raw resource after this. Would it be possible to have every 5th solar token be steam one instead? That pair with the logic to turn off the pumps and then power is good. Yes, but I don't want to do that. I wouldn't do it as every 5th or every X, because that means once it gets into that logic, it would sort of have to sort of branch out and do a separate choice, and I don't really like those choices. I'm putting a lot of effort into having a single priority list that goes through and not having too many variations. Like I have special rules for solar panels. I have special rules for the science about when you're allowed to build it, but I don't want to. I want to avoid having too many special rules, and so I'd probably do it in another way. I don't exactly know how. How does it seem feel? How does it seem sluggish? Yes, I understand. I don't know how I would do that, but it could be something like if it crashes too low, then that would be like, okay, now we need more coal. But if we don't need it, you saying it's too sluggish, I feel that it's actually pretty good. Cumulus can reach 100 minus n, where n is a block number. Again, this is. Oh, I get this is the stuff that triggers my PTSD from as a product manager. Those are the kind of conditions I will fight tooth and nail to never have in my systems. Because that kind of thing, this seminal moment here, right? Accumulator charge could be a percent based on the block number being built, e.g. accumulator can reach 100 minus n, where n is the block number. Then we've done a million other things, and suddenly I don't understand why it's not built. It's like, oh, because we built 100 blocks, and now it's 100 minus 1, and it's like, it's a hidden variable, it's a special rule, it's a special condition that mentally it's really difficult to keep track of. And if you're looking at it from a code perspective, you will... That was weird. That was my stream deck reconnecting. I think I'm still alive. Please say something if I'm still here, or if I'm not here. If you're looking at the code, you can see it like, oh, okay, check this. Okay, cool. But if you're just looking at the program as a user, you don't see these kind of things. You have to mentally remember that. You have to mentally remember that there's a special rule that will prevent something from happening. And then, which means from a development perspective, you need to do testing of this branch. You need to do documentation of the branch. You need to do maintenance of it. Every time there's a bug, you have to figure out, is it because of this branch, this special rule? So special rules are the cause and of basically everything bad in programs. It's like if you can do anything you can do to get rid of special rules like that, and just go like, it's good enough. Like those man, special rules are such a killer. Also develop, yeah. But I think this is one of the things where I usually had conflicts with developers, because developers want, understandably, their program to be complete, to be able to handle all contingencies. And sometimes the handling of a contingency is not handled inside the program, but it's handled by, yeah, it's not going to happen. That's not, you're just going to have to live with this specific case, or this specific rare instance is not handled by the system, because in order for you to save 10 minutes on a monthly basis when doing your end of month reporting, then we will have to spend 10 days of development plus testing plus maintenance plus support. Now the support organization have to have an SOP that says if this then that. Like all these things have to be done in order to save you. That's just not a good deal. And I understand it from a developer's perspective, like, but there's a hole here. There's a hole that something can happen. And of course, if that hole means that you'll have support cases that go like, oh, why did the software crash? Well, obviously, then you don't want that. But it's always a trade-off between the development costs and versus the maintenance, support, development, documentation, all of the weird branches in the software. Like, man, keep it simple. Combine Steam and Solar Block, yeah. We found a Y2K bug in 2017. Yeah. Yeah, a lot less blocks for power though. Actually, yes, you're right. It would need, A lot less blocks for power, but more blocks for power is actually, in my opinion, not a bad thing. Because that means the base will be more spread out, and since everything will be placed randomly, then it's okay. Instead of it was super compact, if I took out all of the solar panels, this would be super compact, and it would actually generate like much more congestion in the train network. Now they have to travel a bit of time, but travel time is not so bad as intersection time. The trains usually get stuck when they have to intersect and go merge into lines and out of lines. So giving the whole thing, just spreading it out a little bit more. Sure, they're going to be traveling a little bit further, but they're already traveling weird patterns anyway. Like here's the thing, right? Going in. So there's a nice busyness here. And you can say maybe this area is going to be busy because there's 2 smelters. But then again, you know, iron, copper. Unfortunately, the iron and copper needs to go over here to the green, and the green needs to go back here. But on the other hand, you can see plastic. The oil generated here, the petroleum just needs to go over to the plastic here. So that's good. The plastic just needs to go over here. So yeah, I'm liking this. I think there's a... The priorities for this space are a bit different. And also, there's also been sort of comments about, oh, can you ensure that when you build the blue circuits, you will build the green circuits nearby, or that you don't build something to, for example, this copper and this copper are kind of close, which is a little bit of a shame because this is going to need the copper and it's like really far away. Yeah, no. That would again be like immensely complicated logic to put in here. That would mean that sometimes we might get into some deadlocks where all of the possible situations for nearby locations are blocked because of proximity. Right. I'm a big advocate of random. Yeah, that'll probably work out. And then build some kind of robust handling of it. The reason behind having so few bots, it looks like they can't handle the whole build solar panel at once. That's correct. I'm thinking of maybe making a little bit more bots, but if I make more, then they also just tend to just all fly out at the same time and then get stuck in like huge swarms around this one roboport, which is also bad. So like for example here, they will get stuck here, they'll get stuck though. So it'll just be more charging and less. Look at that. See, they can't fly fully back and forth. This is one thing I hope they do something about, because robot charging is excessive. Robots that don't need charging. Yay! Get this up. Woo! And we got nearby copper just like that. Like, this is what I'm saying. Sweet, this is exactly what I'm saying. Like, it will. There's a good chance that when you build a red circuit build, it will have an empty station here for copper, and if the copper is not in the taboo list, then the next one is very likely to be a copper build. So, you know, it kind of just, there are tendencies that lead the point towards the right things. Leave solar as is and squeeze a tiny bit of steam in the plastic and green circuit builds. Ah, see, that might be, I like that. Like, particularly here, not in the green circuit build, but this one I like that. I like the idea. I'm not sure that I want to do it, but I like the idea. It's a good idea. I'll just take a note of it to next time. Add steam power to plastic build. I'll put a question mark because I'm not sure I want to, but at least it might be one of those ideas I look at and go like, it was too late. I was half asleep thinking that was a good idea. Can you make, if 20 blocks are built, 50 robots and 40 blocks, 1,000 robots? Yes, I can. Again, why would I put some kind of contingency? If I want 1,000 bots, just make 1,000 bots from the beginning. Like, there's no disadvantage to having, like, there's no reason for me to put a condition. This is again back to the same thing. I want to get rid of all conditions. Like, if at all possible, get rid of conditions. If you want 1,000 robots, put 1,000 robots in the beginning. It doesn't cost anything. How do the trains find where they shall deliver the load if the receiver station is on a different location every run? That's because of the brilliant system that they've added in Factorio. Basically, a station is open or closed. So, for example, this one, it is closed now, but it will open for when it drops below. Let's see something else here. So for example, this station here has a limit of 2, and there are currently no trains inbound. This one has a limit of 2, and there's one train, this one, inbound. So this one is basically saying, give me 2 more trains. And all the trains have this kind of pattern. It has from the pickup to the delivery. And then we can go up here, and you can go and see all the stations. What are they requesting? The first number is how many trains are en route to the stations, and the second number is how many open stations. For example, here you can see there are 14 stations requesting fuel. There are currently no open and no trains are heading there. That's great. Also, this is a good number. Like, well, here there are 6 stations, but 12 trains are requested and 11 trains are inbound. That sounds good. Sounds good to me. And that's how they work. So here there's 1 train station requesting sulfuric acid, but we don't have any trains heading there. That's interesting. I think I know why. Add sulfuric acid train. Good. Until full, and then go to oh, I don't have one yet. Yeah, I can't select the station that doesn't exist. Until empty. There. I know this is, I need to fix it on my template. Another bug found, yep. So that's how it works, and every provider station adds, oh, we're making purple science, woohoo! Just as we're ending the stream, we start getting into the new stuff. Maybe add in which block the train is missing. I don't know. I don't know that. I can only rely on this part. And also, like, missing is a big word because everything will be missing at some point. It'll just be requesting, but there's a difference between missing and requesting. Like, requesting is just, all right, please come in here, but after a while when it has requested, then it starts being missing because it's not getting that. So then you could put a timer on each of them and says, if something has been requesting something for 5 minutes, then actually throw a warning. That could be something. Like, those kind of conditions I don't mind because they are notifications, and if they don't work, they don't work, but they don't sort of change the flow. If it was like, if it's been waiting 5 minutes, then trigger some other logic, then I would be hesitant about that. But if it's been waiting for 5 minutes, throw a warning so I can see a big blinking that says steel has been waiting for 5 minutes. Okay, that's probably not a good thing. Probably a few variations of steam in the plastic build. If I can grab the plastic blueprint off you to start. Sure. That's the plastic build. You ready? Start typing. No? Post.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
There we go. Earl Kendall-Jack. Thank you for the 4 months of Prime. There. Okay, so let's have a look at the purple. The purple is built and stuff starts coming in immediately. All the red ones. We don't have stone because that will be requested. We probably don't have steel because we never have steel. Steel is always just too low or too slow. And then we're building what? What is this? That's another iron build. Okay. See, now there's 2 iron builds next to each other. Weird.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is
Aspirin Sandia, thank you for 3 months of Prime. Okay, just as we are wrapping up the stream here in the last seconds. It's bad that I actually did start typing. It's a pretty ambitious goal to start typing away. It's like, go like, oh, done. Invalid blueprint. Ah. The Sunda view is pretty cool. Yep. And it'll just keep growing if we let it go. Yeah, watching the trains, just if we want to just do this one, we can also just see the train signals sometimes. Like, that gets a little bit much though. But I also when you see this one come online, that also looks pretty cool. Because right now this is just all coppery, but this one is empty, so only now that they're built, then they will start requesting things inbound. Next one gets built. And then we have some raw resources coming in, I think. Oh. No, that was not it. Should be coming in here. Oh, it takes a while. I just want to see them come in here. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, I guess raw resources are busy. This one is filling up, so there we go. So once this one starts unloading, we can also see that this starts changing from being blank to open. Do you want separate coal station? No, same coal station. Only one coal station. There. Bloop, bloop. First one start working. I like this. So you can start seeing it gets online, and back here, oops. Power is recovering. So that means we have now scheduled more solar power to be built. I like this. This works. This works really well. So tons of small things, and I really love this part. Like, we started going, and then we see like red signs has no lights, turn off refining when low power, steam power for plastic builds, sulfuric acid train missing. Yeah, lots of interesting things. We're also going to see if it actually builds 2 purple science builds or only 1. Also contain infinite item provider chest for robots. Nope. Nope, I don't want that, because they will always be from the center. Can you show Science Lab before the end? Science Lab, that's always the first real build. This is designed to be consuming exactly 6 science per minute. Second. It's not satisfactory. 6 per second. And that's all our science designed for. And obviously nothing really works. We haven't even gotten the blue circuit or blue science inbound yet. Even though that's one of the first ones. But this is not exactly going to be a quick build. And what are we not getting in here? Red circuits are not coming in. Okay, well, they should be. Yeah, 0 of 1. Don't know. That's not getting any green circuits in. Green circuits, well, they're working, but they take forever to build. So this also has a condition. Cool. Yeah. Definitely need more green circuits. Yeah, there's only 1 green circuit built. No wonder we're not getting enough. Damn. Anyway, as you can see, tons and tons of stuff to do. Because it will consume a lot of power. Not really. Not particularly. Because it's not moduled. 35, so it consumes one city block of solar. Cool. So I'll be continuing this next Sunday. Next week will be Captain of Industry, Satisfactory, Captain of Industry, Satisfactory, Friday day off, and Satisfactory. So 3 days of Satisfactory next week and 2 days of Captain of Industry. Hope you want to join in for lots more factory games next week with all them good ones. So thank you very much everyone for joining, and thank you for that magnanimous hype train that was just really crazy. It was a level 6 hype train. Weird. Thank you. When Factorio next Sunday. Factorio is a Sunday thing for me. So stay tuned. Only Sundays and every Sunday. But you know, there's vacation coming up, so there you go. Thank you everyone. Good night. Take care. And there's also Factorio on YouTube, by the way. So if you're more Factorio, then there's also more on YouTube, the story missions. Good night. And stay effective. Also that.